controlling things generally. Um, but these are all people who have been in cages for some period of time. So, nobody's in particularly good shape. Um, so, um, and you're now traveling, 2 days to get to this point up here. So you've been without food for that period of time, with the exception of the small amount of food that the party had on them, which was distributed across some 20 people. So by the time you get here, you're all out of food. You're totally out of water. Um, so you have to land. You had to land. The captain really didn't want to. He was very anxious the whole time. Um, but uh, the ship itself is not in particularly good shape. So you landed. You had some really lucky rolls on the hunting party that went out. They were able to get a couple of deer, which are going to last, you know, 20 people, maybe a couple of days. So it's not going to last very long. Um, but you got some fresh water, and there was a little bit of time to collect some materials for the ship's repairs. But the ship is in need of more work. So the captain uh, is thinking in a couple of days we'll put in again. So at this point, we're traveling. We've launched away from the shore. We're traveling southeast. Um, and there's a couple of deer and some fresh water on board. So, did I miss anything particularly important that anyone feels needs to be?
Yes.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
The information that Tendo had secured regarding Heta's daughter
Ah,
and the
yes.
brand and all of that stuff.
Okay, so the when the slaves were rescued, it turns out that Heta was looking for someone in particular. At the time, they didn't know who it was, but it was clear that she didn't come here to rescue the slaves generally, but rather someone specifically. And it turns out that this person is Heta's daughter. Now, when the ship landed, she quickly got off the boat and didn't really talk to anybody, but headed off and was, you know, scouring the ground for something. So I believe was Tindo who went to check on.
Yep. I went to check on her. I
Yeah,
was
went to
able
check
to
on her.
ascertain that she had a curse. I then, with the help of Raymond, Raymond was able to lower the curse long enough for me to finally use some spells from my life mastery tree to help restore part of her soul. But the curse would come back, and eventually, if she didn't get it removed, it would continue to eat away at her soul, and she would die, or whatever would happen to her.
Lovely.
Yes, very nasty. Um,
She got
so
better.
what's that?
She got better.
Yes, she got better. And is for the moment uh, seems to be feeling pretty pretty well. Um, so oh, the slaves generally had various diseases and ailments that Raymond and Tindo were able to take care of as well, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, because there was a discussion about some skill placement.
I'm the worst Don Ket cleric ever.
I don't know if that's true.
So is that it?
I think so.
I think that's it.
I think that's most of it, yeah.
Ooh,
The
caught
last
up
thing I
now.
have is we load up and push away. Raymond was successful in the cancel channeling and cast the cure disease while Tindo casts heal life essence. The curse is not removed, just temporarily dormant.
Exactly. Exactly.
And it was enough to allow her to be healed of the things that were killing her. Because the brand's not technically killing her. Technically.
Correct.
I don't understand that, but I'll pretend to.
So just quickly, there's a mark, a tattoo. It's actually a brand of the god of death. So apparently she was chosen or selected by the temple for some purpose and was so marked. So apparently they were going to come collect her at some point. But the nature of the curse appears to be slowly killing her. What that means specifically is, I think Tindo put it, her power was being drained, and he has an ability to restore that. It's not unlike what a like a wraith or a vampire might do, um, but over time it will eventually kill you. So he has an ability to restore the uh, loss from that to a certain extent. And he, yep, it points out that something he's never used simply because nobody's been attacked by a wraith or a vampire or some undead that would drain and necessitate the use of the spell. But
At least
thank
so far.
God he's got it. I'm sorry, she's got it. Because who knows what the future might hold for the party. Just saying.
There's that vampire lord. We got to deal with it.
That's right. That's right. The vampire lord.
I'm coming for my revenge. I want my sanity points back.
Big pointy fangs.
Actually, that was the Howler. But
Okay, so oh, and Hedda displayed a rather rare moment of thankfulness toward Tindo. But it was fleeting.
I just want to make the point towards Tindo. I suppress the curse. Tindo gets the credit.
Exactly.
Okay.
That is the correct takeaway to have.
And that is an accurate description of what happened, but yes, that is where we are.
So where are we going?
Wherever the captain of
Right.
the ship takes us, because we don't have a whole lot of choice in the matter.
Shoot, I forgot the name of the city.
Kars.
Kars,
Cars.
which is further east from here, off the map. And
Up
incidentally,
here somewhere.
a place that Sir Michael would like to learn more about what they're doing, what's going on, and things like that sort.
Ah,
So we can salvage something here.
I mean, we got slaves now, so I don't know.
Could sell them in cars.
I don't think that would go over so well there.
I don't know.
Uh,
Cars like
Nobody knows. Well, actually, Tindo knows a little bit about cars.
Great place to visit.
that it? Hmm.
All right, so the captain said that we're going to need to make landfall 2, maybe 3 days to get more food and some supplies to repair the ship.
Correct. And in those 2 days, he wants an assessment of what's actually feasible to do, because that will let you know what materials you need to collect while ashore. In
That
other words,
sounds like a job for a carpenter.
he wants a specific. These are the repairs that we can do on board. Uh, this is what we need to do those repairs. If he says if we don't have that, then there's no point in just going out and randomly collecting stuff. We need to know what we're doing,
Sure, that makes
because
sense.
the more, and he follows up saying that the more time we spend on shore, the more likely it is that something bad's going to happen. And he also tells the hunting party very specifically, when you're on shore, out hunting, don't go into any ruins. Stay well clear of any ruins that you find, whether it's a deserted village, you know, a broken castle, whatever it is. Don't go into those places. It's dangerous.
That just makes you want to go in.
That's foreshadowing. We all know it. Um,
You know, there's a cool great sword in one of those ruins.
I'm assuming that we're going to stay on the north side of the
Yes.
channel. So we're going to get to somewhere between Gib and Vasello.
Aklo.
Aklo. Okay. That's right. It's a hard C. Other than the rolls we need to make to evaluate the ship, we can fast forward to that point, right?
Well, maybe not fast forward, but yes, we can move
Depends on
forward.
random encounters, right?
Well, of course.
What? What? Random?
Yeah. Like the giant ship with the masts sticking up out of the ocean.
Oh, right. We skipped over that.
And the whales.
That's right, in Wales. We had whales recently.
So, important side note on the,
Pirates.
yes, pirates particularly. From the inn that's between Telgar and Hamlet, that's where you left from to go to Backwater. As you traveled that, as you made that journey, you encountered right here-ish. Where's Hamlet? I have to zoom out. There it is. On the map, marked right about here. See where I'm marking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In that channel, there's an enormous ship. What you can see of it is 3 masts sticking up out of the water at an angle. Below that is a ship many times the size of the boat you're on, which, by the way, is called Glass.
The boat we're on is called Glass.
Yes. Did I tell you the captain's name?
No.
Oh, yes, because we were searching for him.
Her?
The glass is a her? Oh, the previous ship. I'm sorry. Yes,
The glass was what we
you
had been
did.
on. We are not currently on
Because
glass.
I bought a floppy
Correct.
hat to match hers.
That's right. Uh, Wes seems to have been taken by this particular captain. I thought I told you her name.
You did. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up too. Anyway, she's captain of the Glass.
So
Um,
gypsies and pirates.
She didn't
You're
like my opinions about where the name came from.
she apparently did not. Well, the first conversation that you had with her where she said anything, when you first met her, she looked at Luther and said, "They're your problem." And she got up and left. Sorry. Anyway, getting back to the ship. So, giant ship. The masts are enormous trees. Her comment when you sort of investigated them was that there are no forests in this area that produce trees like this. So she was particularly interested in the ship and spent a little bit of time sort of traveling around it. I think you sunk some weight stones to sort of assess
Kylie?
how
Is that
deep
her
it
name?
was.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just pulling up my
Mm,
notes.
I don't think her name's
Dark-haired
Heidi.
woman. Hailey or Healy, maybe? Captain of the Glass. Leather pants, rapier, floppy hat. And her
Uh,
first-hand man was Henrik.
that's true. His I didn't, that doesn't sound like her name, but anyway, close enough.
Okay.
Um, right. So the ship, the large ship, it turns out that there are in the aft section there are uh, seven layers from what they think was the main deck. So from the main deck to the highest point at the back of the ship, uh, there were 7 tiers that they were able to assess from their sounding with sounding stones. Okay, so yes, strange goings on. Oh, and this coincided with it was thought the fight that the party saw from the moat house or from the swamp at one point. You saw the fireworks out there. Okay, that was several weeks ago. Okay, so we're on the ship. We're traveling southeast. We've just left the coast, and we're traveling along. Dun, 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 dun. So the boat gets to right about here.
Ooh,
Actually, he's going to be in closer to the coastline.
moves.
What's that?
I just said it moves.
The boat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that. Cool. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's see. Okay. So, um, the captain, I believe, So most of the crew had already been sold off, right? So there's only like 8 sailors. Um, they're doing their best to sort of assess the condition of the ship, but you're not sure that any of them are, how to put it, shipwrights or professional carpenters. So if there's anyone in the party who wants to help with this, speak up now.
If
Feel as though
only
this
we
is
had a
directly.
professional carpenter in the party.
So what was the question again? I know we need a carpenter, but I know I mean, but the crew already should know everything about the ship. They should be able to tell the carpenter
No,
what they.
but that's what he's saying. Most of the crew isn't here because they were already sold off.
Oh, well,
Right.
I can try to help A- Alvis with the bit I know about the ship.
Okay. So, Tindo, I believe you've got navigation and ship handling, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know that you've got
I do not.
any engineering
Carpentry skills.
type
Nope.
skills.
Nope.
So,
I can just say this is what it should look like. Go.
so I'm pretty sure the captain. Um, let's see how to put this.
The best kind of management.
Yep,
y-
yep, yep.
you're pretty sure he's a much more skilled at ship handling than you are, and he's trying to pay. Well, it's a relatively small ship. It's not like you can have a conversation that most people couldn't overhear unless you're very careful about it. But if you start talking about what to do for the ship, he's going to assert himself. Um, and he'll ask, is any of you a shipwright? He seems dubious.
Uh, I don't think so.
R. Evis, shipwrights.
Yeah, I don't
I am not, so don't worry about me.
think any of us here would be experienced with ships as you. But I work with wood.
Okay. He'll ask you some questions trying to assess your capability. Go ahead and roll a percentile for me.
Oh, uh,
So go to Albert
yeah,
in the upper left-hand corner.
yeah, I get it.
Okay. And what is your carpentry skill?
52.
Okay. So you can tell that he's not particularly enthused by the responses he's getting. Do you want to try to convince him that you know what you're doing?
Uh, y- um, uh, well, sir, I may have never really worked with boats, but I'm, I would say I'm pretty confident about knowing, you know, wood. And I can take a look at it if you would let me, but and I might be able to help in a few areas, but just trying to offer something here.
Okay. Do you have fast talk or orate?
Let me see. I do have fast talk.
Okay. Do you want? I will give you the choice of rolling against your fast talk or against your carpentry skill again.
I'll roll against the carpentry skill. Uh, I
How'd you
got a
do?
I got a 27.
Okay, but that doesn't. Do I need to look at your character sheet, or can you tell me whether you were
That would
successful or
make it
not?
for fast talk and carpentry.
Okay. Uh, all right. He seems to come around. So he says, "All right. Work with my first mate here, and let's get an assessment of what needs to be done before we land, so we know what to go after when we do land, and how many people we need to assign to that. Aside from that, we should, based on what we know we need to go after and how many people to assign to that task, every other able-bodied person should go out and forage. So food, I mean, it's winter, but there are some winter berries.
Actually, it's spring.
Are we in spring now?
Yep, month 2.
Okay. Well, good. So, yeah, go out and forage. So we need a hunting party, we need foragers, and we need water. So,
Okay.
although not 100% of the people are capable of performing those tasks. So, um, in the next couple of days, you can roll your carpentry skill at some minus because this is a boat and not a house, uh, to assess what can be done to shore up the boat.
Okay.
So go ahead and make that roll.
What's the minus?
I'm not telling you.
Ah,
How
well,
much
I
did you
got
make?
I got 47, and my carpenter skill is 52.
Okay. So not bad. You've got a pretty good sense of uh, what to go after. Um, and based on that, you can assign some of the sailors, who, by the way, are in the best shape of the aside from yourselves, to go and collect material to work on the boat. So it's going to be wood, um, uh, fibrous plants to make rope and patching material and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So there's another 12 people who could work as foragers aside from whatever the party wants to do, whether that's hunting, foraging, or other.
I think we had already done the hunting and foraging.
Yeah, you got
At the
a
last
couple of
stop.
deer,
Mm-hmm.
and that will last 20 people a couple of days. So you need to stop again.
Oh, so we're covering the second time we stop.
Correct.
I hadn't picked. I thought that still part of had been giving him an opportunity to work during the kind of first
And how many
landfall
days
that
is
we
that
had
from our
had.
first stop?
So to respond to uh, Runt's question, escaping from Minnock and getting across the isthmus, I don't see any work really going on. I see everybody's eyes peeled for sails and avoiding and generally starving and on near death. right? 2-3 days without water. That's not a good situation. So you land. That was back here, right? Went out, got food, got some food, a couple days worth for 20 people. Got back in the boat after 3 hours or so, 4 hours maybe, and took off again. So now we're here at the mark of the boat, and that's been about, you're getting, so with Wes spending mana to affect the wind, you're getting near ideal traveling conditions. So you're getting a couple of hexes a day. So this is so this is day 1 right here.
Okay.
Right? I'm sorry, 1 there. That's a couple of hexes. So that's day 1 from killing the deer. Right? 1, 2, yeah. So this is where you are 1 day out from having made the first stop. Okay?
Mhm.
Okay.
With you.
So 1, 2, this is day 2. And it's at this point that he's starting to look for a place to stop. However, there's also an encounter. The encounter is okay. Everybody, scan roll.
Base success.
Base success.
Base of success.
There.
Wes.
Success. Just regular success.
Okay. The boat generally, actually, I should roll 2 groups. So the sailors don't see anything. Actually, I should roll 3 groups. Sailors don't see anything. One of the slaves sees something, and Hedda sees. So both Hedda and one of the slaves will point to something to the southeast. Looks like something floating out in the water. It's like, hey, what's that over there? Does not look like a boat, and it's low to the water. Something floating in the water.
You think it's some driftwood?
Does it have a light spell on it?
No,
Just out of curiosity, which way does the current flow? East to west or west to east?
the current flows to the west.
Okay. Just wondering. Um, is this ahead of us?
Yes, to the southeast.
Oh, southeast. You did say that. Sorry. Well, we're going that way anyway, so
Okay,
I'm sure
suggest the.
there are enough people making chatter about it that the captain. I'm
Okay,
assuming the captain's aware.
all right. So you're. It sounded like you were going to suggest that he go and take a look, and then you're assuming that he's going to go and take a look. Which is it?
Um, it's on our path, right? So I mean, we're gonna take a look regardless. unless
could-
I'm misunderstanding something.
Yeah, you could drive by it on your current course and stay a relative distance away from it, or you could turn towards it. It's not clear to
Okay,
me
okay.
what you are or are not saying to him.
I mean, we're on the way. It's a mild detour. We might as well take a look. Who knows? It might be a barrel of fresh water. Could be some
Okay,
food.
you suggest to go take a look. It's like, sure. Yeah, we can turn a couple points over, and sure enough, as you approach, you can see that it is wreckage.
Anything notable about this wreckage,
Possibly.
or is it just okay?
All right.
Lots of wreckage or just a
So,
little wreckage?
Wait, no, we don't have
well,
to get the parts for the ship. We can just steal it from the
Yes.
wreckage.
ooh, interesting possibility, isn't it? All right.
That's what
So
I'm
you,
thinking.
I assume that actually I shouldn't make assumptions. Are you suggesting that to the captain? What are you saying?
Hey, Captain, I bet we could get some materials from that wreckage that we probably wouldn't be able to get foraging around in the forest.
Now,
Like
the
actual
first mate
planks.
agrees with you. I'm sorry, what was that, Brian?
Like actual planks.
Yes. Yes. Uh, so, yes. All right. He tends to agree. So, you can pull up here and take a more detailed investigation of the wreckage. Everyone can make we're not actually physically searching, right? We're just kind of looking. So that's a scan. Everybody roll a scan.
That's a success.
Come on, Dice. You know you like tease me. Roll that 100. Hey, a success.
Okay. So,
That's for me as well. Just regular.
okay. All right. So, those of you who made a success can roll a d12.
E12.
Mm-hmm. And tell me what your number is.
I got a 9.
3.
11.
Who?
I also rolled the 9.
Did I miss anybody?
What's
Who have
the
I not
highest
heard
still
from?
rolling? Because it's going really, really slow for me. Let's go 1.
A 1. Wow. Okay. So, you have fresh water.
Yeah!
Whoa.
So, there's a barrel of fresh water. There's actually it looks like 2 barrels of fresh water. And
That's like twice the water.
there is some food. Let me assess 1, 2. I need 2 d20. The 9s need to roll d20s.
Okay. 2d20s?
In total, it
Oh,
is 2 d20, each person rolling 1 d20.
okay. Got
And
a 6.
a 6 and
18.
an 18. Wow. Okay, that is 24 man days of food.
Not
Now, now
So
when I
it's
say
not
that,
quite a full day.
right, but that's at full rations,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, we don't want these starving people to eat a full day's worth of rations. That'll make them
Well, their
sick.
stomachs couldn't handle it anyway.
Exactly. They'll just chuck it back up in the water. Chum it for the sharks.
Which is good because then we can catch the sharks or the fish that come to it, and they can eat that too.
You. Okay. There are some supplies as well. So who rolled the 11?
I did.
Alexander. So on the 11, go ahead and roll a d6, please.
A D6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
1.
That's too bad. Okay, so that is 1 structure point of repairs.
Ah. Could have gotten. Darn.
Yeah.
I don't
How
know
many
what
structure points of damage do we know has been done?
So that's a question for Alvis. So Alvis,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll a percentile when this question sort of comes up.
Okay.
Okay. So here's the thing. Ship carpentry is there's a specific skill, right? It's not carpentry, it's shipbuilding. They're similar skills, but different, of course. So when you cross apply, you roughly lose half of your skill.
Okay.
So you're assessing the damage to the ship, and you know that you're missing some things, right? There's some nuances to shipbuilding that you don't see in building, constructions that you're familiar with. So you know that, there are details about this that you don't quite understand why things are done the way they're done, but obviously they're done for important reasons. So you get that.
Okay.
So you think that you've got a reasonably good handle on this, but you also know that you're not 100%. So when it's the sort of arbitrary, how many points are we talking about? You think the ship is around maybe 60% seaworthiness. Okay. If the ship has 10 structure points, just giving that as an example, right? You would assess that the ship has around, right, 6 seaworthiness currently. So there's a range of 4 points that you could repair, right?
Okay.
And you just picked up 1 point of repairs in material.
Okay, but it's not actually like the ship is 10 points of seaworthiness.
Correct. These are, I'm purposefully not giving you specifics because I don't know
Because I
that
wouldn't
you
know
would
them.
know. So we're sort of talking about this generally.
But is the 60 percent accurate?
Well, as I said, you're not 100% on. So no, it's your assessment is probably off by some number, but you're not sure how far off you are. The ship isn't sinking, right? You're not at zero. You think the ship is better than 50%, but it's not at 100%.
Okay.
So you don't know the margin of error that you're dealing with. So it's probably safe to assume that you're off by plus or minus 3.
Okay.
Which is a pretty big range.
Wait a second. I know the math for this because I learned it. It was our last unit.
Ratios. Okay, so there was one other roll, and that was the 3. I need a D4 here. Who rolled the 3? Tindo.
Yes, sir.
Roll a D4, please.
Gotcha.
Okay. You find warm clothing.
How the hell did I find warm clothing?
It's all wet.
Present dissertation. Wait, wrong game. Cool. Guess I found bodies or something like that.
No, it's probably a crate with furs and wolves and things like that,
Stuff we can sell.
or stuff you can let people wear because they're like freezing and cold at night, and they're slaves and don't have any warm clothing.
I mean, we killed all those deer. What are we gonna do with that?
You killed 2 deer,
2? I thought we killed 13.
13 man days.
There's 13 man days with food, yeah.
Look at Alexander. Come on, man. Come on.
Hey,
Can't you,
hey!
can't
I
you
had an
commune with
hour.
animals?
I had
Can't
an
you
hour and
commune?
I found 2 deer. Okay, I
You
want to
know,
hear it.
like Aquaman, but for like animals, and be like,
I am not. Not yet. I'm still talking to my nature guy about that. I'm working. My pan flute is very low, so I don't think I can summon anything with that. No matter how much magic I have.
On the crate with the warm clothing is a stamp indicating to the captain that this ship came out of Kars.
Uh-oh.
And, well, let me rephrase that. The crate came out of Kars. We don't know enough about the ship yet to say anything.
Oh,
It could have
that's
been pirates. Could have been pirates that raided a ship and for whatever reason got sunk. Speaking of which, everyone can make another percentile roll.
I see nothing.
Normal success.
Did anyone get a special?
My dice are still rolling.
maybe
I don't
runt.
know why they're going so slow.
My dice are still rolling.
Mine was especially normal.
Runt
Oh,
get a
that might be a
10.
special.
Yep.
Grab my
And
sheet.
this is off of a scan.
Scan, yes.
My scan is 62.
Yeah, it's a special. Gotta make it 13 or lower. You got a 10.
Yeah, mine's a special
Okay.
as well.
Wow, look at that. Okay, so you both spotted at the same time. There is a tooth. Do either of you have monster lore or animal lore?
Nope.
I just have baseline animal lore.
Okay, so both of you can go ahead and roll a percentile.
Yeah, that does not meet my animal lore of like 11.
Okay.
19 does make minus 20.
Nice.
15.
That looks like a 99, not a 19.
It's a 15.
What? It changed.
It does, because my dice were still rolling.
Okay, I was going for the fumble. That would have been awesome. Oh my God, it's an elephant. No. Okay, so I'm sorry. Does the 15, does that fall within your range?
Yeah, it's a regular success. I've got 20.
Wow. Okay. So
Oh, no, I did put some points to it, yeah. So I've actually got some training.
okay. So so Runt thinks it's a tooth. Wes, you can tell that it's in fact not a tooth but a claw.
Oh.
And you're not sure from what kind of animal, but it's fairly large. So both of you see it in a erect plank. There's something white broken, sort of sticking in it. You both see it and are like, "What the hell is that?" It's a tooth. No, that's not a tooth. That's a claw. It's floating by that barrel, the one that had all of the water in it.
Scooch over. Scoop it up.
Okay, scooping it out of the water, you pull it aboard, checking it out. Everybody's kind of going, "What the heck is that?"
How big is it?
So let me make a couple of rolls here. The slaves don't have a clue. Hedda doesn't have a clue. Daughter, the cap, no, first mate, he doesn't know. I don't know. And the captain, the captain goes, the captain's eyes grow wide for a moment. He kind of looks around real quick and he calls for sails. And then he says, "That is a giant squid."
Ooh, a giant squid claw. One of
Yes.
its tentacles.
Yes, exactly. Very dangerous. Let's get the hell out of here.
I agree. I do want to keep the claw, though.
Oh, I figure Alexander's going to tell this great story about how he defeated it. So
Hey, I don't make up
With one
lies.
shot
I
to its
only
eye.
stretch the truth.
I ripped out the tooth and then I reached in the socket and pulled out its brains.
I'll lie for you, and then you can stretch the truth.
Okay, thanks.
Wouldn't that just be stretching the lie?
Okay. Wreckage. Okay. So yes. Yeah, it's fairly large. I mean, it would make an interesting sort of necklace to have. I think, are they ivory?
I do not know.
Huh. I'm not sure. Anyway. Okay. So so the captain says, with the food that we found in the water, we don't actually need to stop right away. We could keep going. He's called his first mate and a couple of the other sailors, and he's included you guys in this conversation. Um,
And the respect we deserve.
and he'll I know we talked about pulling in, but he kind of looks northward. I really don't like these lands. Thoughts? He
Well, with the
asks.
food we found, that buys us another day, correct?
Yes.
So we can get around the round to the point, so to speak.
Yes, we could. We can get actually the other side of that.
No reason not to.
I agree. All right. Does anyone? I mean, he's asking. He's genuinely he's concerned for the people he's got on board.
Yeah, but we want to get away from the giant squid.
Oh, there's that too. Yeah.
How
All right.
how many days from Kursk are we?
Well, we're further over than I thought we were. He kind of looks at Hedda with a sort of squinty eye for a moment, and he says, uh, 6 days. The weather holds.
Oh, that's like only 6 days away.
So regardless, we're probably going to have to stop twice.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's just get away from the monster sail for another day.
I'm
and
I'm
then-
okay with that. I don't need
Yeah.
to go fighting giant squid.
Okay. All right. So you get to this point here. That's another day. There are no encounters. Yay. All right. So, everyone can go ahead and make a scan roll.
Success.
That's a critical.
Okay.
It's my third
I
critical scan, apparently.
I did not get a critical scan.
I got regular.
So, as you get to this point, looking north, you will see smoke rising on the horizon up here. See where I'm marking?
Yeah, like a village that's been burned down.
Yes.
No.
Would a
Captain does not.
village that is being burnt down count as a ruin?
Is it still burning?
Looks like it.
Then no.
Oh, okay.
It's not a
Sweet.
ruin until after it's been burnt to the ground. But by the time you get there, it probably is a ruin. Okay, smoke on the
I
horizon.
mean, do we want to get there? Is the question. Like, do we want to go anywhere near that?
I mean, who knows? It could just be like a large bonfire.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What direction is it in?
To the northeast up
Okay,
here on the
got
map.
it. Got it. So if we stayed on course, we would get nowhere near it. You're right. It could be a big bonfire, but it's much more likely to be, the whole village burning. And I don't think we want to run into the people that would burn the whole village.
Could be a forest fire.
Possible, I guess. But again, if it's a forest fire, there's no reason to go that way because we can't get supplies there because all the trees are burnt.
Well, the supply thing is the awkward part, right? If it's a village that has been attacked, and we say, "Oops, sorry about your bad luck," and we take what we need, we're pretty awful people. If
Right?
it's a village that has been attacked and they need help, kind of look around at the boat. I don't
No,
know that we have the
we more than
capacity
they
to really do that.
I I think this is a point where discretion is the better part of valor. But this is captain's boat, so
Okay. So the captain is not going to investigate. So the next day, you're up there.
Hey, Bruce,
As long as I didn't
Yes.
see anything. Perfect.
there's an ocean
Glad
site about giant squid. They call them teeth, but they don't really say what they're made of.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought they were claws. They're kind of hook-like things.
Oh yeah, no, they're not claws. I was doing research too. The only thing it looks like it has is they're actually made of protein. The teeth on the suckers, they're actually not even like teeth. They're made of protein cells.
Like fingernails?
Yeah, and they suck on. That's
That's
how
what I
they.
thought at first, is they'd be like fingernails, but they were calling them on this site teeth.
Yeah, they call
Interesting.
them teeth.
And they do look white.
Yeah, I always thought they were like claw-like things, like hooks, because the sucker catches on and this thing hooks in
Yeah, to
to
grab,
hold.
uh-huh.
Yeah. So I
I
always
thought
thought of it
giant
as
squid
claws.
didn't have. No,
Now, I
wait.
guess
Am I
claws could
think?
be retractable, right?
I
So,
thought giant squid didn't have claws. I thought it was colossal squid that had the claws, but then colossal squid didn't have suckers.
I know they have beaks.
Well, yeah.
yeah,
I don't know
I'm
That's
pretty
anything
all.
with
sure.
claws.
I'm pretty sure this monstrous creature that attacked the boat and destroyed it had big suckers with these hook things inside the hook, inside the sucker.
Yeah, a picture of the sucker actually looks like it's got a serrated edge to it,
Yes.
like a little saw blade.
Uh huh.
It's one of those broke off into it. Okay,
Yep.
makes sense.
The ring is made of chitin. Same size
Oh,
as your
okay.
fingernails.
There you go.
Using suction, the sucker tightly grips the squid's prey. The ring digs into the skin of the giant squid's only predator, the sperm whale, leaving its mark behind. Interesting.
Bro can't break a fingernail grip. Sad.
Well, you got that suction behind it too.
Yeah. Pictures of those whales have scars across the, their head.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool. That's because of those squids they eat. Okay. So the next day, there were no encounters. And the weather remains favorable. Wow, this has been a totally uneventful trip.
I'm cool with that.
I mean, other than like the starving and all that stuff.
That's true, other than the starving. And
Being chased by
however,
tigers and
that's right. However, we are out of food here. Or let's see, we're running out of food. We are on short rations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or are we? So are we
We gotta
or are
be.
we not? We okay.
Yes,
So
we
yeah,
are.
we're stretching our food out.
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, it's been 2 days. So it's been 2 days since you found a day's worth of food. So yeah, we're looking at today or early tomorrow to pull in. Um, Yes, we were. Okay, so you can see that the captain is really hesitant to pull in, but at the same time, you don't really have a choice. But he's. No, I'm gonna roll. Okay, all right, he'll pull in. So you're gonna land here.
Lovely.
Doink. Okay, so who is going to go ashore on a hunting expedition?
Runtwill.
How's Hedda's daughter doing?
Alexander will lead.
I'm gonna go to shore, but I'm gonna be looking for plants, herbs, and stuff like that.
How's the
I
fatigue?
assume I'm gonna be working on the ship, right?
Okay, I called for hunting first, but let me.
Yeah, I was just asking
Uh,
because you know.
so hunting, repairs, and foraging. Foraging. So I've got Alvis on. No, Kitty. That's not helpful. All right, so Alvis is on repairs. Tindo is on foraging. I've got Runt and Alexander in the hunting party. We've got others unaccounted for. Okay, Wes, which are you going to join one of these parties?
How's his fatigue?
So the weather has been generally favorable. So to me, that suggests you don't have to spend a lot of energy to move the ship,
Okay.
but rather occasionally, as the winds change, you don't have to use as much power to keep the ship at its optimum performance.
Okay. Good to go. He'll go out with the hunting parties then.
Hunting. All right, so and Alexander West, Alvis, Raymond, where are you?
My skills would lend themselves more towards the foraging group, so that's probably where I will be.
Okay, so that's everybody. Okay. On the repairs, Alvis, go ahead and make a roll.
Oh, probably not good. 88.
Okay. Now you're in the company of the first mate and a couple other sailors. Okay, so they do a little bit better in finding resources. Okay. Tindo and Raymond are out foraging. So you guys are in a larger group of some 10 other people. You could, take 5 each and lead those groups or other. Which is to say, if you roll well in a larger group, you will get more stuff.
We still have the lady with us. She was really good as well with foraging, wasn't she?
Are you talking about Hedda?
Yeah. One
So,
that helped me with some of
so,
the previous stuff.
so she went out specifically looking for something for her daughter.
Gotcha. Then yeah, we can. So you're saying me and Raymond can break up into two groups of 5 and roll separately, or we can stay as one group together.
Right. So foraging breaks down into person days, right? So a larger group rolling extremely well gets more stuff, more man days. Large group, single roll. If you roll well, that's even more stuff. But if you roll badly, that's obviously less for the larger group as well. I just need to understand how you're approaching this.
Okay.
And we're
So
rolling
my
against.
my plant lore is not that good.
I'm not necessarily the best. I'm just slightly better than you.
So
So one roll or two rolls, but if we help each other, maybe we get a better bonus. I don't know.
that's kind of what I'm thinking.
So yeah, we'll just all stick together. Safety in numbers anyway.
Okay. Yeah. So you might assess that Hedda is pretty good at plant lore for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
You could let her
Because
roll.
Yeah.
she knows poisons, of course.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
she could help us and put us in the right direction. Then I could help her with whatever she's trying to find.
You don't understand what I'm saying. You
no, what
get
what he's saying is we send Hedda with one group, and you and I go with another group.
That'll work.
yeah. So there are several options here. Let me
And I'm
lay them
cool with
out.
that.
You could have Hedda roll for the entire group, or you could have Hedda roll for a group that she's with, and you guys could roll for the group you're with, or you could split that even further. I just need to know what it's going to be.
I think putting Tindo and I together and Hedda on her own is probably fine.
Okay. So Hedda on her own, as in no one's with her.
No, I mean Hedda runs a group and Tindo and
Okay.
I run a group.
Okay. So she's going to take 5, and they're going to go foraging. You're going to take 5 and go foraging.
Correct.
Okay. So go ahead and roll. Uh, who is going to be helping who?
I guess Raymond will be helping Tindo.
Okay.
Okay.
So Raymond, roll your helping roll.
Okay, that would be a failure, but not a fumble like it was about to be.
Okay.
So I don't help at all.
Tindo, go ahead and roll your success roll.
I'm not looking. I'll look in a second. Hate those damn dice.
I can't stand it.
Okay, now I'm gonna look. 40. I succeed. Yeah.
Okay. Yay. And let me roll for. Well, she does about as well. Okay. Go ahead and roll 2d6, please. Um,
10.
Okay. Tindo, 10.
Nice rolling, Tindo.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Uh, wow, her group did well too. So the foraging came up with 20 man days of edibles.
Yeah, suck that hunting party.
Okay,
If
hunting
if the hunting party does as well, we can go to Karsk on one trip.
possibly. Yep. Okay, so same situation here. We have a person who's doing the quote unquote tracking, and we have people who are helping, i.e., improving the hunting. So who's assisting and who's doing the actual role?
We did well with one big hunting party last time, so I like that model.
Okay.
And I believe that I have the secondary stats in terms of highest skill, so it would make more sense for me to support.
Okay, go ahead and roll your assist.
And this is for tracking.
Correct.
That is a success on my tracking.
Okay, Alexander, you can add 20% to your tracking.
To my tracking. Okay. And I will roll. That's a 9. That actually, that is a
Should be a
no.
special.
Yeah, it's a special.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a special.
Okay. And I believe we have Wes, who's going to sleep whatever it is that you encountered, correct?
That's the intent, yes.
Okay. So that probably should not be a problem.
A whole flock of crows.
And yeah, and we got a special. So this is not unlike the prior roll. What did I have you roll last time? It was 2d6, wasn't it?
That sounds right.
And that was that a critical or a special as well?
No, that would have been a special. We didn't do a crit.
Yeah, okay. All right, 2d6.
Six in total.
Okay, and I think I doubled that, right? So 12 man days. Oh, the kitty's starving. You are not going to die. Jeez. Okay, so we got 32 man days of food, right? Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, and we got some repair materials as well. And okay, now I need everyone, each party, to make a scan roll.
You mean just like one roll, right?
Yes.
Okay, Raymond, you do that.
Okay. 31.
To make your scan.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Remember, scan's my best skill.
Okay.
Tracking party made their roll.
Okay. And Elvis, I need a roll from you.
Got an 8.
An 8.
Wow.
Okay. So I need to go feed the kitty, or the kitty's going to be very cross with me. However, let me roll for. All right. So Elvis, as you're out looking for supplies, you see a broken wall. Looks like part of an old fortification. I don't think it did. We didn't get any other specials, right? Wait, Tindo. No, it was Raymond who rolled. Okay. Okay, so this busted fortification.
No, I had a
Alvis.
success, not a good.
Okay. So Alvis,
Yes.
you find this broken, what looks like part of an ancient fortification. What do you want to do?
Oh. No, I shouldn't, but I'm gonna take a look.
Okay. I'm going to go feed the cats. I will be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. We discovered a ruin that we're going to investigate. Alvis,
Yeah.
roll a percentile.
Okay. 68.
Okay. So you go over to this ruin, kind of look around a bit, and you can see that there are on one side, on the north side of this wrecked wall, there are these mounds, covered mounds. Make
Your Tolkien lore roll?
Yes, make your Tolkien roll, lore. Um, yeah, just go ahead and make a roll because obviously you don't have the appropriate historical skill, but something might come to you.
46.
Okay. Um, you can see that the mounds are laid out in sort of a regular fashion. Um,
Unlike graves or something like that.
no, they're much bigger than graves. I mean, these are mounds, like, well, you know, kind of the size of perhaps a hut or a structure that's been buried over time.
Oh.
What do you do?
And they're just made of dirt, right?
Uh, well, from your vantage point where you're currently looking, they look like mounds, grass covered sort of things. Um, to, you know, you ask, like, what are they made out of? You would have to go investigate further to.
Okay. Let's investigate the mound.
Okay, mounds, plural. So you make your way over there. Um, Go ahead and make another scan roll.
Two.
Okay, make a listen roll.
43.
Does that make your listen?
Yep.
Okay, so at this point you've moved away from the repairs party a little bit. You can hear, sounds like someone shouting um, coming from that direction.
Coming from the direction of where I left the repairs
Yes,
party.
yes. So they're off over there, collecting, wood, cutting trees down and stuff like that. You moved a bit of ways away to investigate this wall and now the mounds behind it. Um, yeah, it sounds like some shouting coming from the direction of the repair party.
Yeah, I don't care about the mounds as much as I care about the mounds,
Okay,
so I'll go
so
back.
as you look in that direction and it's like, what the hell's going on over there? You can see the first mate has been waving at you, and now that you've heard him and he sees that you see him, he's motioning you to come to them.
Okay. I'll go to them.
Okay. Mm, all right. What is your power?
My power.
Hmm.
Uh
Visibility.
16.
Okay. Roll a percentile.
Okay. 6.
Well, that's good for you. Okay. So you hear some as you move away from the mounds toward the first mate. you will see that his eyes grow really wide and he like kind of freezes and he shouts something over his shoulder. Everybody stops what they're doing and kind of looks up, and you can see um, horror rise on their faces as they're looking at something behind you, which
Oh,
you hear rise up out of the ground. What are you going to do?
booking it.
Okay, not even looking. All right.
I don't
That's
need to
awesome.
look. I can tell by their horrified faces it's not anything good.
Okay. As you start running, yes, you hear something giving chase behind you, and you can hear them shouting to the boat. They're nowhere near the boat at this point, but everybody's like freaking out.
Oh,
Okay, let's see.
somehow I think this is my fault. We had like one rule about going to lane and I broke it.
Okay, I need to know what you would have taken out here with you. In other words, how much encumbrance do you have? That's part of the question. I get that this is a
Mm-hmm.
a repairs party, so we're out collecting stuff. But the real big question is, did you take armor and did you take a weapon?
Uh, Probably wouldn't take my war sword or shield just because why would I need that in the middle of a forest? But would have probably taken my spear with me. Uh, and then as for armor, probably would have carried that with me just because, armor can still protect you from a wild animal.
Okay. So how much encumbrance is that?
Uh, 1 second. Ah, didn't write down my encumbrance for my short spear. Give me a second. Hmm. Uh, I believe that would be uh 10 encumbrance.
Okay. And what is your fatigue?
Looks like 35.
Okay. So 10 encumbrance. Your fatigue is 25.
35.
35. I'm sorry. 10 minus 35. Okay. Something is chasing you. You smell death and decay. Hang on. I'm looking for the horrific monster that's chasing you. That we have not yet looked back at because I am frightened because they are frightened and running away.
Yep. And I have a feeling I'm going to go insane if I do.
Okay. Now it didn't start moving right away. But you got a little bit of a lead on it.
Sounds like it's one of those 28 days later zombies. That sucks. You really want, one of the old Romero Dawn of the Dead zombies.
Mm-hmm.
uh, okay, you're lucky. It doesn't have any ranged weapons.
Oh,
So it's just going to give chase. Okay. Are you going to go? So you can see that the other party is headed straight back to the boat. Are you going to go straight back to the boat?
nah. Gonna see if I can try and lose it while it's still in the forest before going back to the boat.
Okay. Now you know generally where the hunting party went, I think. And you know where the foragers went. Do you want to go in either of those directions?
I'll go towards the hunting party.
Okay.
Bring the beast to me. I'll slay it.
Okay. So you're running, trying to stay ahead of this thing. Um, although you said you're going to try to lose it. Okay. Um, so we're in the chase rules. Now, do you I hate leading questions. It's like if you don't think of it, if I ask this question, it's going to be, oh, of course I would do that. Um,
But there's always a level of we are not our characters, right? And
that
our character might know full well that this is something they should do, whereas we might not think of it.
that's true. That's fair. Um, so as you get to where you think they are you going to shout out? Or are you just going to run
No,
Mel and
I don't want to risk wasting my breath.
so you're not going to say anything as you
I'm
train
gonna
this thing
hope
in?
that these trackers are able to hear me running through the brush,
Okay.
as well as whatever this thing is behind me. Also, just like destroying trees and whatever.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, you're running through the forest. So it's, can anyone hear you running through the forest is the question rather than something's chasing me. Help! Which of course would warn them sooner and allow them to prepare, but that's fine.
Talking takes breath, and I don't want to be out of breath,
Okay. All right. Um,
and I don't think this thing breathes, so it doesn't have to
uh,
worry about that.
that's a fair assessment. It probably doesn't breathe. Okay. Okay. So I'll need listen rolls from Runt, Alexander, and Wes.
I'm sorry, what kind of roll?
Listen.
Listen.
Yes.
Normal success.
Listen. Okay.
I did not succeed.
Slowly,
No.
slowly, slowly. The dice they roll so slowly.
It's how you throw them. That's really what's going on here.
Now I've got OBX running because my other screen capture had an update. They want me to pay again, so I. Oh, 82. That's a failure. And I think OBX is just sucking up more memory than
Yeah,
the system's used to.
I think you're right. Okay. Looks like an 82 to me.
It is.
Okay,
Isn't that
so
what
I
I said?
have one normal. What?
Isn't that what I said? That's a failure.
You're actually coming. You're actually coming in and out.
Oh, really?
So you may have said it, but I didn't actually hear that part.
Oh, I bet that's
Yeah, you're
this whole
breaking up a lot.
OBX thing too. Holy cow! Is this any
Okay,
better?
so I have. Uh, it. I heard that well, but I don't know what I didn't hear.
Okay, I just asked. Is this doing any better?
It did. Yeah, I heard that.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's probably some background noise from my fan that was being captured, and so it was sucking stuff up.
Okay, so I have one normal success, which means it will be in the normal listening range, which is not particularly far. Okay, which means they can't close the distance to help. So the question is it going to catch you before you get to them? Okay, chase rolls are opposed rolls. Go ahead and roll a percentile.
Sorry, I was muted. That's a 6 again.
Okay, you opened the distance. So, do you know how chases work? In brief, it's an opposed roll. If I succeed and you succeed, there's no change in the relative distance. If you fail and I succeed, closes the distance, and vice versa, right?
Wait, so
So
I have a
you don't
chase
know
value?
what? No, a chase is a condition. You're being chased. You're trying to
Okay.
escape from something, right?
Mhm.
So there's a certain distance between the two of you, which is measured in rounds. He's X number of rounds away from attacking you,
Okay.
right? So you you increased that distance because
Okay.
he succeeded in his roll, but you got a 6, which is a special on your roll, right?
Mhm.
So you increased the number of rounds or number of opportunities he has to close the distance, right? You want to increase it enough such that it's over, right? He can't catch you or loses sight of you or something.
Okay.
Okay, so um, this. So the way I do this is I know what the rate of, well, not what the rate of closure is, but what the distance is, and you get a plus to increase the distance. Let me get the monster in here. Bad, bad. Okay, so you increase the distance, and we roll again. Unfortunately, this is just roll, 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 roll until you get to. Oh, he did not do good. All right, what'd you roll?
55.
Okay, that is better than him significantly, which gives you another bonus to the distance. Hang on a sec. Let me see how far away you actually are. Okay, I've got the distance to the point at which they will hear you because somebody made their roll. So, roll again.
Uh,
Okay,
s-
he closed the distance.
all of it?
Um, no, he closed. So these are arbitrary distances, actually measured in how many rounds to actually
Oh,
attack you or
Get away.
you escape from him. Okay. So when I say you increase the distance or he closes the distance, what I'm actually talking about is number of rounds to grab you, not he's closed all of the distance because he made one roll. Okay, does
okay.
that help? Okay, so you've got +2 on him. He's got 1 on you, which means you're down to +1. Got it?
Got it.
Okay, and that's from the start point. So he's actually got to get ahead of you a little bit because you've got a jump on him. Okay, so when we get to 0, you're at the starting point, which he still needs to close that gap. Okay, and you get X number of rolls, and we're rolling again. Sorry, guys, this is just a bunch of die rolls until we sort this out. What'd you roll?
31.
Oh, that's good. That's a plus. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and roll again.
This time I got 60.
Okay, close that. And again.
I got a 1.
Ooh, you suck. Okay, let's see. 2. And he did not succeed. So you're 1, 2, 3. So you're not out of sight yet. that was a good roll. You got some distance on him there. Roll.
This time I got 89.
Okay, he gained a little bit. Roll again.
$13.
And you're lucky. Okay, you gained on him. So you're not, I mean, you're pulling away a little bit, but you're not really there yet. Uh-oh, this is not good for you. Roll.
79.
Ha. Ha ha. Okay, he closed the distance a little bit. Roll again.
36.
Okay. All right. At this point, Aldous, I'm sorry, Alexander, you hear something crashing through the forest, coming sort of in your direction.
Sort of
be
in
a-
my direction.
Might be a scared deer.
We should go find it.
Okay,
I
so you're
I go
standing
after
there.
the sound.
Okay, so Runt and Wes, you see Alexander run off. He just kind of looks up and looks over in a direction and starts running.
Do we see anything?
What are you guys gonna? You see nor hear nothing. Yeah, I'm sorry, Alexander just kind of got up and ran off.
Can't leave him alone. Go follow him. Or better
Okay.
yet, sleep 5.
Well,
I'm
I
not
don't want to
food.
leave. I don't want to leave all of the rest of the hunting party alone, so I'll let Wes chase him and keep with the rest of the hunting party.
Okay. All right. So it's at this point that the distance closes. So we're now in. And Elvis, I need another roll from you, please.
31.
Okay. It's a tie, so no change. And I need another roll.
89.
Oh, okay. He gained on you there. So it's now. Ooh, he's close. Okay. Oh, he's not that close. I mean, he's closer, but okay. At this point, Alvis, I need you to make a scan roll, and Alexander and Wes can make scan rolls. Oh, and Wes, you can make another listen roll.
Okay. I will do the scan first.
Okay.
No success for me.
So I see Wes rolled a 14
Nope.
on his scan.
33.
My 79 is actually a success.
That is a
Okay.
success.
Something about the dice, Wes.
My scan was a 33. My listen is 7.
Wordy.
Oh. My scan was 33. Was that not coming through?
Okay. So I heard that part. So it sounds like you made both your rolls, your
No,
scan
I
and your
missed a
listen.
listen.
Okay. Okay.
Complete failure.
I
I
heard.
think you are. I think you do really well.
So to clarify, you made your scan roll, but you missed your listen.
Yes.
Okay. And Alexander made his scan roll. And Alvis, did you make your scan?
Yes.
Okay. So you can. So everyone at this point can see each other. Yeah, that is to say, Alvis can see Alexander running toward you. You were not running directly at him. You were running in the direction you thought they were, and they happened to hear you and started running toward the noise that you were making. So you can change course and connect up. Uh, and in the next round, uh, we can all, well, yeah, Alexander and Wes can make another scan roll to spot the thing that's chasing him.
Okay. Sounds good.
Successful.
Fail.
Okay. So Alexander was successful in his scan. So you can see that there's something chasing him. Do you have monster lore?
I do not have monster lore.
Okay, you can go ahead and make a percentile roll.
Come on, give me that crit. I want to know what it. Oh, I was so close to it. Ugh. It's 48.
Okay, so that probably does not succeed.
Nowhere near any kind of my lores that I
Okay.
know about. Big scary monster, medium scary monster.
Um, uh, so it's humanoid
Okay.
in appearance. It is large, uh, bloated in appearance. Um, it looks like it has uh, bruises all over its body. There's kind of a greenish tinge to the flesh. Um, it has claws, right? It's like a hand, but there's these big claws that come off of it. Um, yeah, it's vaguely humanoid looking, but as I said, really bloated, um, fleshy, uh, bruises all over it, and kind of greenish tinge to it. Um, oh, do you have You can smell it at this point as well. You smell decay. And it, of course, spots all of you. Or does it? Let me see.
Nice that the clerics aren't there to help with the undead. Y'all got this.
Shh, quiet,
I
quiet,
was
you.
going to say that.
No kibitzing from the peanut gallery. As the horrible undead thing.
We're the like Joe average people that are out on this expedition. We can be the peanut gallery.
I'd like to cast Summon Cleric.
So you're actually a couple of rounds away from events here at the moment.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not there.
So, um, so Alexander and Wes. Wes, actually, you do not see this thing yet, so you can't respond to it. Alexander, what are you going to do now that you see this thing? Oh, you asked what size it is, right? So
Yeah.
it's large, which means it's taller and bigger than a person,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not like giant sized or something.
Okay. Now has Alvis already changed direction towards me?
Yes, he
Okay,
saw you and started moving toward you.
All right. I'm either going to venture
Okay,
forward towards him.
don't give me an option. Just tell
Okay,
me
okay.
what you're
How
doing.
far? Okay, I need to know how far.
He's a round away from you. The other thing is
Oh, he's only
a
around.
couple of
Okay.
the other thing is 3 rounds behind him.
Okay. Then I'm standing my ground, and I'm pulling my sword.
Okay. So, Wes, you'll see Alexander stop in his tracks and pull his sword out.
I'll point at the monster.
And he points at the monster. You can make a scan roll.
And around.
In fact, I'll give you a plus 20.
Success.
Okay. You probably
Oh,
don't
wait,
have
what happened?
monster lore. Wait,
It just
what?
jumped to 92. But with plus 20, I make that.
Bump the
Okay.
monitor, see if it helps.
Yes, exactly.
I'm about ready to.
Impact adjustment on the computer. Okay. Okay, Wes. I don't think you have monster lore either, but
Nope.
you can go ahead and make a roll.
Do you want me to start using dice? It'll be much faster.
Whatever you want to do.
I think about going to the text channel and just texting stuff in as well.
Then I have to flip back and forth. That's no fun.
03, that's a crit.
Or do I? Can I? Let's see. Oh, you suck. All right, you can put a check mark on your monster lore. And
How's he gonna guess it?
what?
I'm just saying, how's he gonna guess it? Oh, that's a blah 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 blah.
Well, that's what crits are for, right? Okay, I've got this text channel open so I can see what's going on there. Okay, Wes, one of your obscure classes that you probably didn't spend a lot of attention in, having no particular skill in it. This brings to mind a horrific creature that, well, you know what? Even though you got a crit, is a 3% on really low skill. Still a crit. What's the range on that?
Oh, that's true.
Is this actually a crit?
Probably not. I was thinking scan. The 3% though crits on.
So yeah, this is monster lore. This is figuring out what is this thing that you're rolling against.
Yeah.
So what's the base skill? It's like, your knowledge
-5 plus
modifier
knowledge.
probably.
Yep.
So
12.
it's like, yeah. So that's a special, not a crit, right? Let me get the table open. Is it?
Yeah, it'll round up. So yeah.
Actually, no. It takes a 13.
For a special?
Yep.
Oh, so
12.
you didn't even. Okay, so you didn't special it. It's
No, it's just a regular
technically a
success.
normal success
Yep.
on a skill that you don't really have. Okay,
Does it get to open it?
so I'm sorry, what? Something about open it. So technically, you have the skills. Yes, you can put a check mark on it. You succeeded on the skill. Everybody has a little bit of some of this knowledge. Hang on a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, so after all of that, Wes, has a normal success. So I think it's still a bit obscure in the sense that you don't actually have the skill to begin with. So I don't know that you know specifically what this thing is. That said, it's clear to you that this is some kind of undead, some kind of zombie, perhaps. See, I guess I can't close that or I won't be able to see what you're typing. Okay, so Wes yells out, "It's an undead!" Okay, so uh, how do I want to do this? That can work. Okay, so I've got Alvis. I've got Big Bad Monster. Let's pull these guys to the side. I just fed you.
I can see the bottom of my bowl.
You can see the bottom of your bowl. I don't
Speaking
understand.
for your cat.
Oh. Oh. I just filled it. Oh, really? Yes. Show everybody your butt because no, I need that paper. Don't I here, you can sit over there. Either settle he's coming back. You're a monster. All right. I need the mouse pad. It's take me a minute to clear the table here. And let's see, I need Wes. Wes. Okay, I've got Wes, Elvis, and Alexander. Out here, Wes is back here. I think we can ignore the gray thingies, right? I'm not concerned about those.
Yeah.
So let's put Wes back here. Let's put Alexander up here. And Elvis is here. Okay. All right. Close enough. So, Alexander has pulled his sword out. So, Elvis, you see that Alexander is readying himself to do something, maybe?
Oh, okay. Well, then
Uh,
I'm gonna run past him.
you're going to run past him? Okay.
Yeah, and then as soon as I run past him, I'm gonna turn around so that
Okay.
he races, and then I can just turn around and be ready.
Okay. Sounds good. So, so you'll get to like right in here, and then you can turn. Okay. Okay. So, Ghosty, I need room on the mouse pad. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to statements of intent. Alexander, what is your statement of intent this round?
To prepare to fight the monster.
Okay.
So as it comes up, I'm ready my weapon to I mean, it's still chasing Alvis, so I guess step out of the way like a raging bull would and attack. Does that make sense? I don't know what it's gonna do when it sees me.
Okay. Well, um, I'm sorry. I'm hearing some vagaries. So can you be more specific about what you're actually going to do, rather than what you think it's
I'm
going to do? And
preparing to attack it as it gets closer.
okay, so you're going to attack it as it comes into range, or as it
Yes.
reaches you. Okay. So okay, Wes. Wes is not talking. Shock bolt overpowered 4 points. Okay, go ahead and roll that. Okay. Go ahead and roll location and damage.
So he did 18 to the abdomen.
So okay, location 10, 18 points. Missile weapons, location 10 is the abdomen. Okay, I was wondering. I was going to ask. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Okay, 14 is still a really good number. Okay. Okay. So both Alvis and Alexander can see the bolt shoot past them, slam into this thing. You see flesh and putrid goo fly out from where the bolt hits it. It it's a shock bolt, so there's these arcs of electricity going across it. It keeps coming.
Hmm.
So that's in round. What round does that actually go off in, Wes? Be what? Uh, 4 plus 2 plus Dex is 6. That goes in 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that happens right there. That's round 6. Let's see. What's its strike rank? Okay. So it's going to continue to close. It'll get to here, and it will be attacking Alexander. So this is 7. So I think, Alvis, you've been running this whole time as well. So when you
Mhm.
get to the point where you're at, you'll be. Were you getting a weapon ready as you were running?
Probably not. So I'd probably be spending
Okay.
my time getting my weapon ready.
Right. So a good half of the round is spent you getting to this point. Churning, readying a weapon will consume the rest of the round. Alexander, you on the other hand had a weapon out, ready, and waiting for this thing. So as it gets to you, you can attack it. Go ahead and
And
roll.
swing and hit. Normal success.
Okay. It is going to. It succeeds in a. So it wipes at the weapon. Go ahead and roll.
Okay. What am I rolling? Location?
Uh, no, he parried, but roll
Oh,
your
we parried.
normal
Okay.
damage.
Damage. Okay. That would be that. All right. 9. 6 plus 3.
Okay.
Oh, and my D4 for my strength bonus. It's stuck, but it's on 4.
Okay.
I didn't think
So,
triangle could get stuck.
what's the
Total
total?
is total is 11. 11 damage.
Okay. So it swipes with its claw at your blade, and you turn the edge. You think you ought to be doing tons of damage on this thing. And what's the magic bonus that you've got on this blade?
The magic bonus is only a +1.
Okay.
Oh, I only did 1 damage. That's not good.
It does not appear to take a whole bunch of damage.
Oof. Okay.
We are in the beginning of round 2. Tindo and Raymond can make listen rolls.
I hear nothing
Okay.
unless there's a bonus.
No. And I think Tindo probably hears nothing on an 83.
Yep, I didn't hear anything.
Runt, on the other hand, I mean, they're probably out of sight at this point, but you can make a listen roll.
My listen is 56, so that's a regular success.
Okay, you will have heard Wes call out, "Undead!" echoing through the forest. Okay. So, new round, statements of intent. Let's start with Runt.
I'm going to start urging all of the hunting party to try to quickly pack up what we had found and start hauling it back to the camp,
Okay.
to the boat, to get them out of there and not in the middle of whatever is going on. And
Okay.
then I will go to join.
Okay. So you get them grabbing everything they can carry and go. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I want them to get to safety because I don't have context for anything else other than this is no
Undead.
longer a safe place for them to be.
It was never a safe place for any of you. Okay. Not good. Not good. Not good. Alexander, you're actually Wes. You're unengaged. Statement of intent, Wes. You were going to fire a shuck bolt. Okay. Elvis, you're unengaged. Statement of intent.
So I have my weapon out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to let's see what a spear does to it.
Okay. So you're going to do a ranged jab, or are you going to close on it?
I'm gonna do a ranged jab, so that means I got to two-hand it, right?
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
So you're going to poke at it. So when does that occur? What strike rank?
That will occur at 3.
Okay. And Alexander, when does your attack go?
It goes on 5.
Okay. So what? Elvis, go ahead and poke at it with your spear.
Okay. This up. And that is a basic success.
Okay.
And
You
damage.
realize that your non-magical spear will not penetrate its flesh. You
Lovely.
jab at it, and it just, in
Skits.
fact, actually, I do need to know what kind of damage you did. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay. So that's +1. So that is 11.
And what is the AP of the spear that you have?
So again,
Armor points on the spear?
yeah, once. 10.
Okay. As you jab at it, you hook the point into some kind of crevice, and you hear the spear shaft bend and creak loudly before you take the pressure off. You realize that you should have done a buttload of damage, and it just wouldn't penetrate. The spear takes 1 point of damage.
Great. This is what I get for bringing my non-magical stuff into the forest.
Okay. Yes, Alexander's next. Go ahead and roll.
Oof. Unsuccessful.
Okay. But not a fumble?
Not a fumble.
Not a fumble. Okay. Wes is up.
Kill it, Wes.
Wes says, "Ooh, I like that." What did Wes say? "Ooh, I like that" about? That's not right. Something's broken. Oh, the spear, you mean?
No, spear, yeah.
When he tried to jab it? Yeah. It's because he did so much damage. If he had done less damage, it wouldn't have hurt the spear.
Oh.
But you did enough damage to overcome the AP of the spear, so. Location 2 is the right leg.
2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 13, 17, 18, 19, 21, 24.
Holy crap. Ouch. It's going to hurt it. Okay. Okay. It's where Wes hits it in the right leg. The right leg buckles and it drops to its knee as it swings at Alexander.
I will be parrying with my sword.
And my shield.
Okay. It missed you. You can go ahead and parry.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, see, maybe that's good.
That's a successful parry.
Okay. So it takes a point. Your parry does not do a whole lot of damage to its arm.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
All right. That was round 6. In round 9, it swings with its left arm. Oops, what did I not do? The clear button. For the dice. How do you clear the table?
There's an X in the lower left-hand corner of the tray.
Thank you. Okay, so his second attack missed. Oh wait, did it? Hang on. Let's see. No, it hit. So, do you want to parry the second attack?
How much should a minus?
Minus 20.
Okay, yeah, I'll still parry.
Okay.
Oh. Nice. 14.
Okay. You interpose your blade.
What's this? What's special 20%?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think 14's. I think 14's too high for 7. It might be a special. Hold on. Where's the quick reference? Oh, it is a special. 1 to 15. 73 to 77.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a special parry.
All right. How much does the sword normally absorb?
Do you mean 28? Do you mean the
Okay.
armor points? It's
Yeah,
20.
AP. All right. Okay, he doesn't get through. But you can see that it was a pretty heavy blow. Okay. New round. Round 3. Did either Raymond or Tindo make a successful listen roll? I don't remember from last.
No, we both
No,
failed.
we did not.
Okay, so at the beginning of this round, you can make another listen roll.
That was successful.
Okay.
I was
You
successful as well in listening.
okay? So you will both hear noise coming from the direction of the repair party. Sounds like shouting. What do you want to do?
You know, I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure Raymond would try to listen to figure out if it was good shouting or bad shouting.
That sounds right.
Pretty much.
If I just hear a bunch of people making a whole bunch of noise, I'm not immediately going to say, "Oh, it's an attack," and run over to them.
Okay. Did either of you special on your listen rolls?
No.
Okay. It is indeterminate shouting at this point.
But it's just shouting. We don't hear like, swords on metal or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
clearly,
clearly the resource gathering party is having a really fun time out there and being very boisterous.
Hey, they might have gotten a bear or something. I don't know.
I mean, the foragers did really friggin' well on their search, so they could just be excited about that.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly.
Of course, you don't know
So
that yet. They wouldn't know that
I,
yet. Okay.
I think I'm going to take a round to try to discern what's
Okay.
going on before I start charging into something.
Okay. As we're assessing, we can go back to the other group.
Mhm.
That's this group here. Okay. So, statements of intent. Runt. Runt. You're probably looking in that direction from time to time as you're, getting people grab shit and get to the boat.
Yeah, I would be standing watch to see if there was something coming that I would need to try to distract while they're
Yeah.
cleaning up and getting out.
So the shock bolt is, it's this photon, right? So it gives off a lot of light. So while you can't see, there's trees and such, you can see,
Flashes.
um, uh, when somebody sets off a camera flash bulb, right? It's like really bright for a moment, and you
Mhm.
you can see that flash in the trees and stuff. So you'll see that you'll see that at least once, if not, you'll have seen it twice now. Um, so something definitely not fun is going on over there. And okay, statement of intent from you for
From
this round.
me,
Yep.
same thing. I until they are like packed up and gone, I'm not going to leave them unprotected.
Okay. Um, Okay, let's call that a D6 rounds of get up and go kind of stuff. Okay, they're going to take 6 rounds to gather supplies and get out of there. I guess there's how many days worth of food that they've got to collect up?
Yep.
Okay,
And
so,
it's not like it's light stuff because it's all animals.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, uh, stupid workers. That's right. No, you grab the feet. No, I'm going to grab the head. Wait, what? Okay. Um, yes, Wes has it exactly right. I have to organize my windows so I can see what Wes is saying. All right. Okay. So I understand Wes is going to do the same thing. He's going to do another shock bolt. It seems to be successful to this point. Alvis, your statement of intent. You almost broke your spear on this thing.
Go get help.
Uh, I just, if I can't really do anything to it, is there a way for me to, like, when it is attacking Alexander, to try and, like, block the strike,
Yeah, push the bear.
maybe a bit, or like move it so it doesn't like hit him if it hits him?
Yes, you could step in and try to parry attacks on Alexander. You do hear Wes in the text channel say, "Go get help." So Wes behind you says, "Go get help."
Okay. going to get help from probably the people I should have led this thing to.
Wait, what? Oh, I see. Okay. So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go in the general direction of our lovely clerics.
Okay. All right. So Alexander.
I am going to swing again and yell Raymond as loud as I possibly can.
Okay. All right. Okay. Round. I believe Alexander, you're gonna get your swing in first.
Yes. Ah, it was almost a 7. 87 is technically still successful with my bonus.
Okay.
Yes. I
He
appreciate.
succeeds in his parry.
Oh, darn. Okay. So that just
So.
means I do my 1 magic point to his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I do want to clarify the sword is the
Steel.
cow lord's sword, the steel one that had the magical principle attached to it.
Mhm.
I'm wondering, does my
Magical
character?
principle.
Well, I don't know what it was that made it magic, but it was magic. So it
It's
was
been
finely
enchanted.
made, and it was magic.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't understand your question.
Oh, my question was gonna ask, does Alexander understand um the magic dealing principle of weapons? Like, does he know that this is only doing the little amount that the sword is magic rather than?
Some factor of his overall.
Yeah, I've tried to be pretty clear that it's clear to you that
It's clear to. Okay.
you're
Okay.
not doing much damage to it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna continue to parry and swing.
Okay. You swung, you parried, uh, and Wes on round 6. Get your spell off. By the way, Wes, you are. So this is firing into melee, right?
Oh.
Yes. And at this point, Elvis is out of the picture.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, Wes, this is firing into melee. Um, so I believe the special is not a problem, and I think the first shot was very low, so that wasn't a problem. The miss is going to go wide, but if you hit between the special range and your normal chance, it's going to be 50-50 to either one of them, right? These are not magic missiles. Okay. Okay, in 6, it swing. And it hits.
Oh crap.
That's not good for you.
Let's see if I can parry it. Oh, let me check it to make sure it's not automatic failure. It's not. Okay. Even with my bonuses though, that is
90,
unsuccessful.
96 to 100 is always a miss. You take
Oh, okay.
11 points of damage to.
Please be my chest. Please be my chest.
No, that's bad.
What'd he hit?
Your head.
Oh, I do have that helmet though. But I think I'll go
Okay.
under regardless. You said 11 points?
11 points to the head.
-7. -4 to 11. I am at 0 in the head directly.
Okay. Wes, you see Alexander fall under the mighty blow of this horrific creature. And it turns its attention to you, surprisingly. I thought it would start eating Alexander.
Oh, what? Really? Oh, I guess it is a monster. That would make sense. It's not really. But Wes is scary, so maybe it wants to get rid of him first.
Wes has been hurting it badly.
Yeah.
Okay,
The other way
so
around. I think he
in
probably would have
round
eaten Wes.
6, it knocks Wes or Alexander out, and it turns its gaze towards Wes. What are you gonna do, Wes? Okay. So in 11, it starts crawling toward you. And it gets to that point before we start a new round.
Blow its
So,
head off or we're both dead.
so in round 4, first segment, statement of intent. It is not very far away from you. Back up 4 and shock bolt. Okay.
Those
Let's
shock
see.
bolts make a sound, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So backing up 4 is the same as it moving away 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So if you go back 4, your spell will go off in 10. It's going to advance as you're backing up, but it's crawling, so it's only at half its rate. So let's see. It's going to go right. Is that right? Crawling is half movement rate. So anyone confirm that?
I don't see that anywhere.
Pretty sure crawling is half your movement rate. But while we think about that, Raymond and Tindo can make, let's see, you're going to hear them before you see them. So there's still a couple of rounds. You've already
And
heard
I'm
them. So
still like going after them and yelling for them, right?
yeah, that happened last round, right?
Yeah,
So
continue this
the
round.
hunting party is further out than forage. Well, maybe not that far, but still further than the current distance between the parties in question. Okay, so but they can still make listen rolls to see if they can discern what the repair party is shouting. So go ahead and make listen rolls. If you can special, you can actually hear what they're shouting.
Nope,
Hear my
special.
death screams.
I
Okay.
rolled off a 9, so
So that
no,
would
I didn't hear anything.
be a no. You can still hear them, but they're not close enough that you can discern what they're actually saying.
But it doesn't matter. I rolled badly enough; it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, no, you need a special at this point to discern
I was
anything.
going to say there's a distinction between people yelling in a combat situation and people yelling "whoop whoop, you got it." So, but I rolled badly enough; it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
Okay,
You all got this.
so Alexander is moving towards. Okay, all right. So the question is whether the beastie can get to Wes. So, okay, so he backs up for the monster. Now, this is 4 segments of movement. It's not just 4 squares. So it's going to move its 4 segments of movement. Its movement rate is, let's see, what was the distance? Let's see. So it's going to move. So move 8. And Wes is going to move 3 times 4 is 12. So the distance between them is going to be 4. Okay. So in round 10, this is the distance. Okay, go ahead and roll your shock bolt. It's actually going off in 11, by the way, because you added another magic point to it, which adds another segment
Mhm.
or strike rank. Okay. Station 6. Six is the left leg. Okay. You hit its left leg. Its left leg is still working. Yeah, I'm tracking its total hit points. It's not dead yet.
No.
And in fact, you don't get the sense that its leg isn't functioning, but that, well, hard to tell, I suppose, but it's still moving. Okay, in 11, 12, it's going to get a little bit of movement. So at the end of the round, this is the distance. Okay, so Alexander, you were right at 0, right? So you're not going to continue to lose hit points. That's good. Tindo and Raymond can make additional listen rolls.
That is a normal success.
Okay. Tindo?
I'll just roll for him and go to his computer.
Okay. Don't know whether
Does it
that's...
make on the listen roll?
I'm sorry, did it make it or not?
It did.
It did. Okay. So at this point, you will hear someone shouting in another direction, more or less toward the hunting party. So you've got, and at this point, you can also see the repair party moving through the forest toward the ship. They're obviously not coming directly at the foraging group. They were moving toward the ship. And they are moving as quickly as they can. They seem to be carrying some stuff, but you don't see Alexander. I'm sorry, you don't see Alvis. And they are quite animated as they approach the ship. In the opposite direction toward the hunting party, you now hear shouts. Sounds like somebody possibly calling a name. You're not sure. Do you have a statement of intent for this round? That is Raymond or Tindo.
I think it's time we start figuring out what's going on. So I'm going to start moving towards the hunting party.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going towards the noises.
The hunting party or the repair party?
We were hearing electricity, right?
No,
No.
you're too far away for that. Runthert saw that.
Towards the hunting party. Is
Okay. Okay, move toward the hunting party. Got it. Okay. So Runt. It's been 5 rounds at this point, so you're still around a way before the hunters gather.
It
Stop.
looks like they're wrapping up,
Yes,
and I don't see anything immediately crashing through the trees to us.
correct.
So I'm going to assume that they will be able to get the last bit done,
Uh-huh.
and there's no immediate threat that's about to jump out and kill them. So I will head towards the light and the sound.
Okay. Very good. Thanks for looking for that, Brian. I have a vague recollection that your movement's cut in half when you're crawling, but I'm not sure where I could find that at this point. But let's assume that remains the case for now. So, statements of intent, Wes. The creature does not seem to be slowing at all. You damaged its both legs. Its one leg is, not really moving. That is not helping much. So you can damage it, uh, but it doesn't seem to care too much that its leg isn't working. So technically it's a missile weapon, but we're actually casting a spell and we don't have directed spell attacks. So no. Can you adjust location? That takes training. I don't believe you have that kind of training. So no. Oh wait, is location adjusted by the +10? Yes, because you're above it. If I read that right. I think I read that right. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, so you back up 5, and I believe that's 5 movement for you, which is, let's see, 5 times 3, right? Okay, so that's going to be that, and it's going to move. So you're going to go back that far in that distance. It's going to move. It's so it's going to be. So you're going to gain 5. But then it's going to move. Okay, so this is the distance after you stop moving. It's then going to continue moving. And it has, at this point, let's see, 7 segments of movement. So you're pretty sure. Thanks, honey. That looks wonderful. Just to be clear, actually, make an intelligence roll. Times 3. Okay, so you move 5, you stop, turn, or stop and start casting your spell. It's continuing to move up on you, and it's going to get from 5 to 7 of movement. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What the hell?
And it still has 3 segments, which isn't enough time to attack you. Go ahead and roll your spell attack. There are a max number of strike ranks for movement. I believe that's true for engaged figures. I'm not sure that's true for, people giving chase. You don't like move 8 segments and stop. Movement is contiguous or continuous across the spectrum. Okay, you hit him. Ooh, you hit him in the head. Damage. Okay. It looks like it was going to reach up and claw at you, and you bang it in the head,
Oh,
and it
Jesus.
collapses. What are you going to do? Elvis went in the arbitrary direction that is toward the foraging party. For our map purposes, we'll say that is to the southeast. Southeast, and he's been traveling for 3 segments, or 3 rounds. Okay. Make a turn and look at the thing. Okay. Okay, so make a scan roll.
Should be a mess.
Okay. So Runt, as you move in the direction where you know the engagement was taking place, you see Wes fire another one of those flashy bolt things at something near the ground at his feet, and he then turns and runs to the southeast. He doesn't seem to spot you. What are you going to do?
Isn't there someone like, I don't know, unconscious, maybe bleeding to death on the ground?
You could make a scan roll to
I
spot.
would, yeah.
No, it's not a given that you would just automatically see them.
Okay, then I'll follow Wes.
Okay, I take it that's an 89 for your scan to spot Alexander, which
Which is
is
not good enough. Nope.
not good enough. Okay, Wes is only going to run for a single round, so you can easily catch up with him. You can, let's see, at this point, Alvis is 4 rounds away. You can hear Alvis to the southeast of you shouting out for Raymond and Tindo. You can also roll to see if you can spot the thing on the ground that Wes was shooting at. I shouldn't say spot, but rather see.
That
So,
would be a success.
okay, so as you move towards Wes, you will spot a mound, a fleshy mound on the ground. Forest, shrubs, and stuff. So as you're moving, you can look, over to the left of you as you're moving through the shrubs and things. At some point, it'll open up where you can see what's on the ground there. And there's a fleshy thing. There's flies buzzing around. They're starting to accumulate now. It's hard to make out what it is.
I don't want to look too close. No, I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
no, that's fine.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll still follow Wes a little bit, but kind of keep an eye on it to make sure that it stays down.
Okay. Well, you'll easily catch up with Wes. Like I said, he only moves for a melee round and then he turns. It's like he's getting ready to shoot again. I'm sure he'll see you at this point. Likewise, skipping to Tindo and Raymond, you can both make listen rolls to see if you can hear Alexander, although that's not going to make any difference at this point, whether you do or not, because you will catch up with him as he's moving towards you. So let's skip to Alvis and Tindo and Raymond. You meet up in the forest.
Nice. Trouble
going on,
that
Alvis?
way. Undead, very big. Can't hurt it.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, lead the way.
And then I
Take me
run
to the
back.
thing we can't hurt. That's a good plan. Okay, so you guys meet up and get Elvis turned around and headed back the way he came. Okay, in the meantime, Runt and Wes, what are you going to do? The thing doesn't seem to be moving at the moment. So I don't know if you saw or not, Runt, but Wes is in the text channel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he moves up.
I'm gonna follow with him, and I'm gonna ask, what the hell is it? Where did it come from? And what the fuck is going on?
Okay. Rather than have Wes type all of that out, I'm just going to respond by saying, I have no freaking idea. Alice came running in here. This thing followed behind it. I blasted it a few times, but Alexander didn't seem to be hurting it. And it's an undead. And I spent a lot of magic trying to destroy it. It's not moving at the moment.
No, let's make sure it stays that way.
Okay. Okay, so you move up to Alexander. The scale is not quite accurate at this point.
Okay.
You moved quite a ways away from Alexander. That is a full melee round from Alexander. So you go to Alexander. In the case, we see how he's. Oh, in that case, I got it. Okay. Yeah, he's took a hit to the head. I'm sure you saw that. Say, I don't think the claw did enough to really damage the helmet. All right. Yeah. First aid. Yes, he's still alive.
Living is good.
I'm assuming a 27 is a successful first aid roll, which is to say that Alexander is not bleeding out. Okay, take a breather, watch the thing. All right, run. Anything you want to do?
I'm going to be less focused on this thing since they seem to have that covered, and just looking around for other threats. Like, again, I don't know where this came from. I don't know if there's more of them. But,
Okay.
so I'm just going to be paranoid and looking around.
I don't think
Okay,
there's any more of these.
that's a good state to be in, paranoid and looking around. Okay, so you will see Alvis, Tindo, and Raymond approach after a couple rounds, several rounds. You can wave them over. So as you guys are approaching, you'll smell it before you see it. That this thing reeks of earth and decay and rot.
Alvis, take a bath.
Okay, Wes will call out to you guys. They seem to be a little distant away from the thing that's got all the flies buzzing around it at this point. You approach and see that Alexander is laid out on the ground and non-responsive, although not dead. Tindo, uh, Wes reports that this is some kind of undead.
Tindo, why don't you look at Alexander, and I'll go look at the undead abomination, whatever. Make sure
Okay.
it's dead.
Will do. I'll go to
Do
Alexander and heal him.
okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll your heal. While you're doing that, Raymond, do you have monster lore or undead lore or
I do, in fact, have monster lore.
ooh? Go ahead and roll.
Not a whole lot, mind you.
But the
So
actual skill.
I do have the actual skill. No, I don't know what it is.
Okay, not knowing what it is, yeah, some sort of massive fleshy undead thing.
But it's absolutely definitely undead.
Yes.
Tind, Raymond, do you have a means to, like, I don't know, purify it? Should we start a fire? I don't know. It's probably not good for anything around to just leave it here.
Unfortunately, if we starting a fire to burn it, it's going to take too long because we don't have a whole lot of time. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop off its head because I'm told that's effective, and perform last rites on it.
Okay.
And you know, guys, we really need to pick up our shit and get back to the ship.
Yeah.
I mean, we're only supposed to be on shore for a couple hours.
I mean, it was less of a concern this time, but I will say, hey, the hunting group shuffled off in a hurry because of all this altercation. Let's head back over there and make sure we didn't miss anything. We're not leaving anything behind
I
before we head back to the ship.
I agree with that. Let's not walk into the graveyard this time.
It's not in the direction of any graveyard that I saw.
Well, clearly this came from somewhere. I'm just saying. Let's not have to fight another one.
Yeah, I second that.
Well, I don't know if we
Let's
all
not
fight
go
it.
anywhere near where I found it.
I mean, Wes hogged all the XP from the kill, so we need to go find some more
True.
so that we can all get parity.
Yeah, but could I get like my
But
sword
let's
first?
concentrate on not having about having enough food so that we don't die first.
Well, there's a corpse.
You can eat it.
Okay, I heard a question from Alvis. What was your question?
Wait, I asked a question.
I don't know. Something about a sword?
Oh, I just said if we were going to fight these things again, I'd have to get my sword
Ah, okay.
because
I
the
missed the
spear
first part of
was
that.
ineffective.
Okay. All right. So, Alexander, you will come around to the administrations of Tindo, having recovered 10 hit points at this point. The party, I believe, is going to. What are you doing with the undead thing? Cut its head off. Got that part. Actually, you attempt to cut its head off with your non-magical weapon, doing no damage to it. You whack away at its head, and it does not come off.
Well, now I know why it was so hard for them to kill. Oh, okay. Okay, that's right. I
I
have
mean,
steel, but it's not magical.
it
Okay.
wasn't hard for them to kill. I mean, Wes knocked it out in 3 rounds.
But it was a pure magic thing. Your weapons probably didn't do a whole lot to it, did they?
And they did a whole lot to the weapons.
Well, does not help you as much, does it?
I'm gonna break some weapons.
All right. All the more reason that we should get out of here.
You'll notice that Wes appears to be a bit fatigued from the
Although I do think
energy he's been spending.
Alexander's sword was the only weapon that could actually like somewhat hurt it, even if it was just a bit. So he could probably
Right.
cut the head off if with a little bit of effort.
That's true. So I'll get Alexander to cut the head off.
How much did Tindo heal me?
10,
If you look in the chat
Ah,
window,
there
you'll
it is.
see
I
that
see
he
it.
did
Okay, my
10
bad.
points.
4, and 6.
Okay. Back up. Yeah, I can go ahead and do that. I'll chop its head off.
Okay. So we'll take.
Stupid beast. Kick it a couple times. Hack, hack, hack.
Okay. It is going to take a considerable amount of effort on your part to sever its head.
Okay.
Okay. We finish that. We go over to where the other foraging group was to see if they left anything behind,
Okay.
and then I think we'll go
Yes.
back to the ship.
Okay. So you gather up whatever they left behind, which isn't that much. They carried what they could, and then headed back. Okay. So you're following behind. All of that will have taken. Well, let's see. If you're going to stay there and hack away at its head, that's going to be several rounds. Um, okay. Yeah. Uh, so you're as you're hacking away at this thing, um, you realize that it's very resistant to edge weapons,
Oh, I figured that out already.
and um, it's going to be mini rounds before you can actually separate its head. Are you going to follow through with that?
If the party wants me to, yeah. I'll look at them like this is taking a while. You guys want me to get this thing off for real?
If you want, I can take over for you.
Yeah, I'll switch over. I'll leave the sword embedded in its neck, and then I'll take a couple rounds of swinging.
Okay, we're not talking a couple rounds. We're talking, so to
He's
sever
saying
a
this is going
head,
to take like 15 minutes.
so to sever a head, you have to do, to sever a limb, you got to do 3 times the damage, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you're doing this at, one point of damage per hit.
Is it 3 times the damage? But we've already done 1 time.
I think what Wes was trying to say is the shock bolt did already 1 time damage, and so
That's
would
not
he just
not his
have to
head.
do the extra 2 times?
Yeah, so
Not quite.
you're, no,
Okay.
you're, if you hit it in the forehead, that's different than severing its neck from its shoulders.
Okay.
Wait, so how long has Alexander been whacking this thing?
Well, you're doing, the sword is only going to do 1 point of damage per hit. A normal head will come off in, 8, right? Actually 3 times, so 12. But a normal head you can do that 12 points in a single blow potentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this case, it's 1 point of damage per strike, and this is not a normal creature. It's got way more than the normal head hit points.
Okay.
I'm
All
just
right.
trying to assess
No, no,
how
no, no,
much
no. That's
time
cool.
you're going to spend.
As long as everybody is moving back towards the ship at this point, which it sounds like they are.
No, what I'm hearing is that
Well,
some people are
other
saying,
than us, and we're going to go and do the side trip. But you said all the people from the foraging party or the scavenging party were going back to the ship
yes,
already. The other 2 parties are here, correct? Or did we leave our party when we
I
came up here?
do not believe the foraging party would have gone with you to
Okay.
investigate.
Um, then since Wes is pretty depleted on magic anyway, Wes, why don't you go back to the foraging party and tell them that we need to finish up and head back to the ship. The rest of us will go to the scavenging party, pick up anything they left behind when they took off, and we'll meet back at the ship and just be quick about it. Does that sound reasonable?
Okay,
Sounds
so
all right.
Wes is going to go find the foraging party. He doesn't know exactly where they are.
We can tell them where they are, where he is.
Okay, yeah, you're going to point in a direction. They're over there. Okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's got to go look for them.
I have faith in him. He's a smart guy.
Okay. The rest of you are going to pick up whatever was left behind from the hunting party, with the exception of whoever's working on this body.
But Wes, you
Uh,
don't need tracking. All you have to do is yell.
okay, so I have my understanding is that West is going to go in the general direction of where you point, and he's going to be yelling out for the foraging party.
Yeah, do you want to
In the
go with him?
meantime,
What was that?
Tindo, do you want to go with him? I was asking Tindo if he wanted to go with Wes. I'm
Yeah,
saying that
sure.
Wes should go because it gives Wes a chance to recover a little bit of his power.
Yeah, I can go with Wes.
So
I'll
why don't
protect
you
you.
go with Wes? Just round up everybody, get them back to the ship. We'll go grab the rest of the scavenging party stuff that they left behind when they took off, and not go into any abandoned ruins. And we'll get back to the ship.
Who
okay,
said anything about abandoned ruins?
Just in case it needed to be said again.
okay. So Tindo and Wes are going to go find the foraging group. All right. I
Right.
have
And Tindo was with me in the foraging group, so he should be able to guide them back to it.
Raymond and Runt going to collect the remains or whatever was left behind from the hunting party, and I have Elvis and Alexander whacking away at a stump. Is that all correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Hearing no dissent, the let's go with Wes and Tindo. So Wes and Tindo, you get to the general vicinity of where you know the foraging party to have been, and you do not see them. However, you can both make scan rolls.
Nope.
Okay. So Wes, you can see that there are people moving from your current location to in the direction of the boat, and they appear to be moving rather quickly. Okay, so Tindo, he points that out to you and moves to catch up with the retreating party. As you guys are moving, you can make another scan roll.
Well, that time I succeeded.
Okay. You will both see to your northeast a couple of figures moving around in the forest. They must be either foraging party members or perhaps the repair crew. What are you going to do?
Yelled them. Let's get back to the ship. It's time to go.
Wes appears to be dubious about that. Are you going to do something, Wes? Okay, so you'll hear Tindo yell out to the northeast, trying to get the attention of the whatever's moving around up there.
I'm sorry. I guess I misunderstood.
Okay,
You, I thought you said that we saw the group, a part of the group. That wasn't the case?
okay. So the boat is to your southeast,
Hmm.
right? The foraging party, you can see them moving in the direction of the boat to the southeast away from you. Wes and you started moving in that direction toward the boat, right?
Okay.
Okay. Then I had you make a scan roll. You made your scan roll, and you saw to the northeast a couple of figures moving in the forest.
Oh, so I wasn't able to discern what those were. Okay. So it still
Correct.
doesn't change anything. I'll yell out to him. We got to get back to the ship and be careful. There are things in the forest.
Okay. Oh, they don't. They did not seem to hear you.
Just keep yelling until they do. Yeah,
Wes,
we'll start making our way, but I'll be yelling the whole time too.
I think Wes is trying to suggest to you that maybe those aren't people from the boat.
Oh, gotcha. Then I'll shut up.
Okay, so all right. Uh, yeah. As you continue to observe them, it's like, well, wait, maybe oh, yeah, they're not moving normal like, are they? As you continue to watch them a little bit. Okay. No, they did not hear you. You're far enough away that you don't think they spotted you. Although, if you wanted to jump up and down and make lots of noise, you could probably get their attention. Wes doesn't seem to think that's a good idea, though. So, you make your way to the boat, just behind the foraging party, which is a good thing because you can see that the captain is. Once people are on board, he's going, or was going to go, unless you stop him. It's like, we are getting the hell out of here.
That works.
What did you see, Captain? What's going on?
Raymond, you're not there, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we'd all gotten there at this point. My apologies.
No, no. Tindo and Wes broke off from you guys, went
Nope.
to catch up with the foraging group. Okay.
You're correct. I thought you had pulled us back together. My mistake.
Not yet. Okay. So when Wes and Tindo get to the boat, they they can see that the captain is he's ready to go. As soon as people are on board that he can see, he wants to push off. Yes, as you look around, you can see that you're missing um, Runt, Raymond, Alexander, and Alvis. I'm not sure what you mean, Wes. You know that the party split up, that Runt and Raymond went to collect whatever foodstuffs were behind from the hunting party, and that Alvis and Alexander decided to stay and dismember the undead body. Okay, yeah, so you and Tindo are at the boat. The captain is telling you to get in we're taking off. I'm assuming everyone else is dead if they're not here.
No, they're not. They're on their way back, or they should be on their way back after they finish the business they were doing.
Okay, so when you explain to him that there are still people out there, he's like, what the? And he goes into a bunch of expletives that you're not fully cognizant of because it's in Norse.
It's okay. They have Raymond with them. He will protect them.
Okay, so he looks at you rather dubiously. He looks at the first mate and he says, the first mate says, we were all warned not to go into any ruins. Yeah. What did he do? He went crawling through the ruins. And what's the result of this? And he points up to the north. Those things are waking up. And the captain says, actually, he doesn't say anything. He just looks disgusted. He's looking to the northwest and saying they better get their ass here. If they don't, we're leaving because we're not waiting. Not waiting. Okay. What are you going to do? Okay. So he'll look at you, Wes, and he'll look to the north and he says, if those things approach, you can stand out there and defend us.
I feel inspired just watching nobility at work.
All right. Well, he says, as long as we understand each other, and he makes the boat ready to go, and he has most of the sailors uh, looking to the north. At this point, you don't see the movement that you saw earlier when you were further north. Okay. In the meantime, um, Runt and Raymond pick up what they can of what was left behind. And Alexander and Albus take turns whacking away at the corpse. Okay. Um, so you guys have gone, let's pick an arbitrary number, say 10 rounds. The head has not come free of its body. Do you want to continue?
Does it look halfway done?
No.
Yeah, this is kind of a lost cause.
This is pointless. I'll
Okay.
pull my sword out of it and start walking back. Hope
Okay.
it stays
Close.
dead.
Maybe but it's not even close.
Okay. So you spend a couple of minutes hacking away at it, and yeah, yeah, this is incredible. um, uh, okay. When you get to the realization that, wow, this is really nasty, are you going to go toward the boat, or are you going to go toward the hunting, where the hunting party was? That would have
The
been
boat.
okay.
Yeah,
So
because they
you make
should
your
be
way.
done by now.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
should be done, and we're gonna head to the boat.
We
Okay,
should be the last ones there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I was thinking that we were gonna be the last 4 back.
I agree. So you spend 10 rounds, 2 minutes. You give up, make your way toward the boat. You're not that far behind Raymond and Runt.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. The 4 of you, as you move toward the boat, can make scan rolls.
I see nothing.
I don't think that 94 is very good.
I see.
I can also see.
Okay. To the northeast of you, you will see shapes shambling about in the forest.
And we can't see generally how big they are or small
Did
they are.
you special or critical?
Definitely not. So just shapes.
Yep.
Lovely.
All right, let's move faster.
Think we should avoid the shapes as well.
Okay. You pick up the pace. Rambling around. Yes, exactly. Okay. You pick up the pace, make your way back to the boat. Yes, the boat is waiting for you. It's ready to go. In fact, as soon as you get aboard, as soon as the last person gets aboard, they push off and away from. Okay, yes. Wes is waving you on as soon as he sees you. All right. You get aboard the ship. And I don't think anything catches up with you, but let's give it one last chance. No. Okay. All right. You board and cast off.
That was quite the scary.
Oh, it could have been worse.
That's the second
Oh,
time a
yeah.
monster has hit me in the head, and I wake up afterwards to Raymond's smiling face or Tindo's smiling face.
Tindo's. Well, at least Tindo's better looking than I am.
Well,
Very true.
it could have been worse. He could have critted you in the head.
That
would have been
would have
bad.
killed me. That I don't even think the armor would have kept me from not being mutilated.
Nope. It would have been.
Death.
That would have been bad.
Yeah. So did he just normal success an attack on me, and he knocked me unconscious in one hit?
That's correct.
Yeah. He was gonna. So how the heck are you supposed to fight monsters like that? Like, this is Aiden asking. Like, how does a player character ever fight a monster that they can only do 1 damage to?
You
Was your weapon silvered? Because I remember like when I got my weapon silvered, I got told, yeah, this can overcome resistances. Like it'll hurt undead and it'll hurt like werewolves.
It technically yes, but that was
no,
already discussed.
no, not even technically. That it is not a silvered weapon.
It's
It's a
not.
magical. It's a +1 magical weapon, right?
Yeah, you told me it was a steel finally made +1 magic.
Yes, that's exactly what I told you.
That is exactly what you told
Oh,
me. All right. Okay.
so if I had the silvered steel sword, that probably would have like done more.
So the answer to that specific question is we don't know because we don't have a silver weapon that we tried on this creature, right?
Never going into the woods again without my silvered steel sword.
So
Okay, so he does.
so the short answer to the question is we only know what we know, right? We know that a +1 magicked weapon did 1 point of damage to it. We know that Wes killed it spending a buttload of mana. And if he had missed any of those rolls, it you know, it might have caught him if he didn't keep enough distance. So that was the tricky part is the amount of time it takes to cast the spell versus how fast it can move crawling. That would have been a different story if it had full use of its legs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, to get back to your question, uh, you don't know whether a silvered weapon would have had any different impact than the weapon that you had, simply because you didn't have a silvered weapon to try on it. Now, if somebody knew what it was that you're actually dealing with, they may be able to respond to that question. But nobody made a successful monster lore roll or undead lore roll. Okay?
Okay.
So does that answer your question?
No, but I'm satisfied with the answer.
Okay. Aiden,
Yeah.
you seem perplexed that there would be a creature like this that the party couldn't really hurt. Did I?
I'm perplexed as to why magic doesn't just override silver, but like the sword does do 1 point of magic damage, but the sword itself is magic now. So all of its damage should be attributed to magic damage. So I'm just that's why I was confused. But
Okay.
if that's not the
So
case with the monster, that's not the case, and that's fine.
that's actually you've got it a little bit backwards. So let me try to explain. A magic sword has an enchantment. The enchantment could be that it's as you think, a fully enchanted magic weapon that all damage is magical damage. That is not the case with this sword. Okay, it has one enchantment on it, so it's a +1 enchanted weapon. That doesn't make it a quote unquote true sword. It doesn't make it a silvered sword. If you were to attack a werewolf with it, it would do 1 point of damage to the werewolf. If it were a silvered +1 weapon, it would do the full damage of the weapon plus the enchantment. See the difference?
I do, and those are your rules, so I'm good with that. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, well,
Once something's magic, it's magic. That doesn't.
no,
That's just my interpretation of it.
okay, and that's not the way RuneQuest works either. If you got
Okay.
a blade sharp on something and you attack a spirit with it, it's only going to do the damage of the blade sharp. It's not going to do the damage of the weapon and the blade sharp, unless it's got a true sword on it. There's a difference. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're back on the boat. And we're headed east. Now, I don't know. Well, let's see. You had people with you, so they would have picked up a good amount of the 12 man days of food. Okay. Plus Runt and Raymond picked up whatever they didn't. So I'm pretty sure you got all that food. Okay, so we've got 32 days of food. Man days of food. We can double that by going half rations, which makes it 4 divided by 20 is 3 days. So if we double it, we can get 3 days. 2, 3, and that will get us to Curse. So he's not going to stop. However, that first day, as we go off the map,
Dun dun dun.
dun dun dun, as you come to the edge, you see a great waterfall ahead of you.
I knew the Earth was flat.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Make scan rolls.
Is a success.
That's another crit. It's a nat one.
You will see a sail on the horizon to the north. Wes, while you're concentrating, I do not believe you recover mana. You have to be resting. Concentrating on a spell, on an active spell, is not resting. Can I use meditation to adjust the fatigue? I don't think you can use meditation while concentrating on a spell. So you use meditation to help you cast the spell in the first place. I think you could use meditation to improve your concentration, but in either of those cases, I don't believe that's, let's see, can you use meditation to, potentially you could use meditation to recover fatigue, but that would be a different application. You wouldn't be concentrating on a spell while meditating to recover fatigue, if that makes sense. But you can use meditation to recover
Fatigue,
magic points faster. Okay. So, ship on the horizon. Alexander spots it readily enough and points it out to everybody, I believe.
Of course.
Okay, so the question is what to do. Do we try to avoid the ship or not?
Can I tell what the sail looks like?
Yes, it is a lateen rig, not a square sail.
I'll ask the captain what kind of ships have that.
Okay. Well, it's probably a sloop. Let me see if anyone else spots it.
I can point it out so it's easier to see.
Yeah. So at the distance you've spotted it, it's hard to make out anything specific.
Okay.
So to answer your question, Wes, I don't think that anything, the detail you're looking for is not visible at this distance, unless you had like a scope or something, spyglass.
I would say probably avoid regardless. Unless anyone has any better ideas.
Unless it's between us and Karsk. I would
It
agree.
is.
That's what I
Ooh.
figured. We're getting close enough to a port that traffic coming in and out of a port. It's the captain's call. It's his ship.
Yeah, I don't think we know enough to gauge properly in comparison to him.
Okay, so his attitude is, so the lateen rigs are going to be ocean-going ships. The this ship is a coastal ship. He could go further out. If they spotted us, they can follow us. So that's the risk. Don't have any problem doing that, but if we stay close to the coast, it's definitely going to see us. If you've been resting, which I assume you
Terrible thing
have,
this close to Karsk.
yeah, it's a risk. It 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 could well be slavers looking for a
Well,
ship coming in or going from Kars. So
then
let's avoid it.
that makes sense.
Swing wide. Swing wide. Okay, that adds more time to our travel. On the other hand, the other ship has spotted you. So you can tell that it has turned in such a way as to intercept. What do you want to do? Okay, wind direction is a D6. And the D6 says 2, 3. The wind direction is to the southeast. So that puts it in favor of the ship to the north. The answer to your question, let's see, how strong is it? So winds are in the middle category, which makes it Okay, so wind strength is moderate, which is a strong wind. So that's 7 knots in the forequarter. So, can you affect that? There's 2 approaches to this. One would be to try to cancel it. The other would be to um, negate the wind coming from that direction. So the question is, do you want to run with the wind out to sea? Do you want to so if you travel north, Wes could negate most of the wind coming from that direction, which would improve you would be able to tack stronger into the wind, is what that means.
Okay.
But in that case, the other ship would get significantly closer. So the question is, which approach do you want to take? I suppose from the captain's perspective, he wants to know if we turn north, they're going to intercept us. But if we have better control of the wind, we should be able to get past them and run. So that's a great question. If you run with the wind, the other ship is faster. But you've got a considerable amount of distance on it. So the question would be, would they pursue? I mean, that becomes days of travel, really, and you don't have that much food. So, yeah. So if you run, the trick would be to get out of its line of sight and then maneuver. So the question is, are you significantly faster than them? And the captain can supply an answer to that. And the answer is no, we are not significantly faster than they are. Okay, so Wes is arguing to go north and trust to his magical abilities with the wind to avoid them, making the assumption that you can travel against the wind better than they can.
You know, his magical abilities have literally never once let us down, so we should clearly put all our lives in his hands. What could
Well,
possibly
and
go wrong?
since we have rowers,
That's true, and you're a galley. Yep.
you know, we're a galley, so we don't need the wind gauge as much as they do.
And technically, you could eat more of the food and be hungrier when you get into Curse, but that would give you more energy for the rowing. Yes, row strong and live. Eat food and
if
live.
it comes to that, yep.
Okay. Well, yes, the other ship. Okay, so you're going to turn north. Going to run against the wind. Captain is going to advise that you not use your abilities until absolutely necessary. That way, we'll have more of it later when we need it to make the run.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's no point in using it until we need to maneuver. So he's gonna tack north. Actually, it's a southeast wind. So yeah, he's gonna tack north. That'll put it in the forequarter, the left forequarter, and he says if you've got enough range, we could get close enough to the other ship where you could affect the wind going into their sails instead of ours. That could slow them down even more. Okay, he doesn't want to get that close.
I was gonna say, if they've got a ranged weapon, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get that close. It's too bad you don't have more range on that. All right. Yeah, 100 feet's pretty close. Okay. All right. Well, all of this to say at some point, as you're headed north and they're coming toward you, the captain or one of the mates will see that this is in fact a ship out of Kars. Its flying colors to so indicate. And there's a great relief among the sailors as well as the people who came from Kars, the slaves that were caught. At this point, you will, of course, know that not everyone is from Kars. There's a handful of people who don't speak Norse. They don't speak Common, right? You've been using hand signs and such to sort of psych things out with these people. Although everyone can make a percentile roll. This is power times 3. Tell me if you make it.
I succeed.
Okay. So you remember the young girl that you rescued from the witch?
Yep.
When she gets angry or frustrated or something, she reverts to her native language when she talks.
Yeah, it sounds like that.
It sounds like that.
Was she from the boat? Or was that a different slave girl that was from the boat?
That was a different person.
Okay. I don't recall if we ever actually figured out where that girl was taken from.
Correct.
Well, wherever she was from, so were these.
Correct. Well, they at least speak the same language or something similar.
Okay, I'll point that out to people as soon as it kind of tickles in the back of my head and be like, hey. And I know. It looks like Wes also figured it out too.
Yep. And once it's pointed out, then everybody can go, oh, yeah, no, that's right. They do sound similar.
Is it Carillion?
No, it's not
Ah, it was worth a shot. Come on. I'll just
an
go back
alien
to
space language.
yeah. I was just going back to my. I'll just go back to my bookmaking plan.
Okay. Um, so the boat will come alongside. The captain will recognize the other captain. They seem to know each other. We thought you were lost, blah, blah, blah.
We were.
All these people that were rescued. How amazing. Everybody's hungry. They bring food over. What the hell happened? So lots of discussion going on. In fact, the sailors all probably know each other as well. In one form or another. I don't know if anybody's directly related or not, but let's see if anybody in the crew is. Oh, look at that. So some of the sailors will have relations among the people that were slaved. So, these are, cousins or something. And so there's some happy reunions. Um, there's a great deal of appreciation on the part of the sailors aboard the other ship for the efforts that you guys put forward in rescuing these people. Um, yeah. Okay. So, anything you guys want to do at this particular juncture? Okay, not hearing anything, the two captains will agree to head north together.
What news do we have of Karsk? I mean, they can tell us they were just there.
Can you be more specific? What do you mean, what news? It's foggy as ever. What do you want to know?
Okay.
Everything.
It wasn't overrun by undead. They would have mentioned it by now. That's fine.
Undead.
Just let it go.
The captain will look at you. He'll look at the other captain. And so the story will come out that, the first mate is going to point at Alvis. Say, we were told specifically not to go into any ruins. What happens? Okay, really appreciate you guys saving us. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Honestly, I
God,
mean
you're
that
dumb
truly.
sometimes.
I'm sorry, what?
But God, you're dumb sometimes.
And the other captain was like, well, didn't you warn them, didn't you? What? So
I'm sure
yeah.
that Wes and I are face palming right about now.
um,
I ain't even gonna say anything in my defense. There's nothing really to say.
the um, so I won't go into great detail, but the conversation will be something like, uh, you told them about the cursed people, right? And the ruins, and to stay out of the ruins. Nobody goes ashore if they can avoid it because the undead. It's like, they're all across the, and he points vaguely to the
Yeah,
land on your
yeah.
east.
I mean, that would have been good to know. Like, it really would have been greatly appreciated. Like, the why, like,
Yeah, when I was told not to go in the ruins, I thought like maybe like because bandits were like living there would be like the worst thing. But yeah, a race of cursed people who are undead now, that would probably be a bit more. It would be a bit easier for me to not go into ruins if I knew that there was.
I would have listened better if you had just explained it.
Yeah.
well, heck, we probably would have split up the people capable of dealing with it a little bit better so that every group was prepared to handle a situation like that. We
Maybe
could have died. That's awful.
Everybody
we
knows.
would have
How do you
split
not
clerics.
know? How do you not know? I mean, some of the sailors are like, uh, what? How do you? Everybody know. How do you not know about the cursed people? Ford
We don't
cursed these people. How do you not know that?
we
Everybody
don't
knows that.
we don't have cursed people over in Hamlet.
Okay, so when you mention Hamlet, particularly the two captains will stop and kind of look at you like, wait, what? You're from where?
I'll
Hamlet.
smack her out in the back of the head.
What?
Telgar? You people are from Telgar?
No, I'm from Hamlet.
Wes says that you're all from Telgar. It's like nobody comes from Telgar. What the hell are
Well,
you?
yeah,
What are you people doing here?
I'm wondering the same thing. Minok is terrible. You have cursed people in the hillside. This is not great. Why do you live here?
I look at him with a completely straight face and say, the worst tourist package I have ever purchased. We weren't supposed to be here, anywhere near here, but here we are.
This sounds like a terrible play, a series of unfortunate events. That's a title of a terrible play.
It does feel like that. Yes, I would completely agree.
A play with a
Somebody's playing a
good
very
prison break
bad
scene.
joke on us.
Oh, but wait a minute. You you say that there are no the cursed aren't in the Telgar area?
But no,
I
no.
we see undead from time to time, but not.
Not like this.
Yeah, we
Not
got
to
like
the point.
skeletons in the swamp.
Yeah, but like, those things we can actually hurt. These things were like a different kind of undead.
Well, yeah, yeah. Through the isthmus there on the north, um, uh, in ancient times, those thriving communities. But of course, they were all servants of Forg. Um, and during the wars, apparently they were cursed, and yeah, they live a half life now. Um, but they don't travel to the areas north of Kars. It's mostly to the south here. From time to time. Well, when was we haven't seen any up in the Kars area for generations now. But yeah, yeah, it's one of the reasons there's so little traffic that goes through here. The coastal vessels can't go to the south because of the slavers and nobody's going to land in the evenings, so there aren't any coastal vessels that can make the transit through to the north or through to Telgar.
Yep,
So the
I can see
only
that.
the only ships that dare the venture are um, the deeper ocean going ships, the fast ones, And of course, they only do that if they feel like they can make the run past slavers. So it's a risky venture to go to Telgar. Anyway, yeah. So we'll escort you guys into Kars. I'm sure. I'm sure the families will be very very happy to be reunited with their loved ones. So yes, well done, well done. So with that, the ships will divide up the um, half your company. So 10 will go on the other ship. The other ship is going to give up some of its sailors to help man the longship, and you'll make your way up to Kars. Ghosty, I need my dice. Let me have the dice. He's sitting right on the dice. Okay, thank you. Glee cat. Okay, and 3 days later, you arrive at Kars.
And there was much rejoicing.
And there is much rejoicing. In fact, so let me get a map so you can see what's going on.
So 3 more days means 6 hexes up the along the coast.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're a long way from home.
Yeah, we
Only
are.
halfway around the world.
Yes, you are. Oh, I thought I put it in Albert. It's not there yet. Hang on. Let me. Okay, Karst East, Karst West. Where's the larger? So, as you approach the city, um, there's a bay that's pinched off at a narrow. And what the ships will do is come up and anchor before the entrance, and a pilot boat will come out. And since there's actually several ships lined up waiting to go in, the captain will explain that you have to have a pilot bring the ship in. You're not allowed to just sail directly in because these 2 towers guarding the entrance will sink you if you try to run the go through without permission. So, a vessel, a small boat will come out once you guys get in line, so to speak. They'll come out and figure out who you guys are. And they, of course, are likewise totally surprised that refugees have been rescued from Minok, or slaves have been rescued from Minok. And as a consequence, they will, pilot will bump you to the front of the line. Okay. Wait, that's not right. Let's see, I need to put this in the background. Oh. Sorry, this is taking a minute. Okay. So, there's the bay. And here's your boat. So, the boat is not to scale. I have not figured out what the, well, I can figure it out, but I'm not going to bother. Okay. So, a pilot will come out. They come out in a little sailing boat. They talk to the captain, check out the rescued people, and they will jump you to the front of the line. You'll see Ghosty, leave stuff alone. He's playing with everything over here. Okay, they'll jump you to the front of the line, and as you as the pilot guides you past the other ships, you'll see that word has spread that you are people who've been rescued out of Minot. There's a lot of cheering and people waving at you as you pass them. Welcome home, all that sort of thing. You can see that there is a great deal of relief among the people in your boat, the people that you rescued. Okay, so they will. Oh, let's see. The boat's damaged pretty badly, isn't it?
And it's not like we have cargo.
Right. Okay. So they're going to bring you in. There we go. And they're going to go directly to the city. So that's over here. And they'll pass through there. And along the side here, there are docks, right? So there's a battery has to. I'm going to change my battery. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, this is the city of Kars. This is a walled city. What you can see here, obviously, that is a castle because there's this big thing that says castle. So that's a big walled castle. There's a gate here, and the boat, as I said, this boat is not to scale, so don't get the sense that this boat is as big as it appears. But it will pull up to the docks here right before the sea gate. And when you arrive here, there's already a lot of people, both on the wall overlooking the bay and on the wharf as you pull up. Let's say there's two boats, aren't there? The other boat in there. So both of the boats will come in together. And more outside the main gate. So as I said, there's a lot of people that have come out to see who's been rescued, because apparently this never happens, or very rarely ever happens. It's if there's any rescue, it's while the ship's still at sea. That you'll hear that occasionally a ship that had been captured and enslaved was overtaken by a couple other ships from Kars, maybe by chance, and there was an engagement and they were able to overcome the slavers and rescue those people. But no one has ever come out of Minot. Once they get to land, that's it. They're done. So this is a huge event, as word has gotten out that that people have been rescued, uh, escaped from from Minot. Um, you know, people are as in fact as time goes on, more people will come out to see what's going on. So it's an amazing sort of thing to see a town turn out like this. Um, the As people unload, uh, they will be recognized, and word will spread through the crowd, who they are, and as loved ones are recognized, there'll be cries of joy and such, and people will come running through the crowd to find their lost loved ones. So in the midst of all of this, what are you guys doing, if anything specific?
I'm planning on sitting back, letting the prisoners or slaves or whatever you want to call them, let them off first. I'm not convinced that we should really talk all that much. You know, we're supposed to be if we have a mission here at all, it's to scout everything out
And report
uh,
back.
and report back. And you
We're
can't do
spies.
that if you're the center of attention. So my
Okay.
first thought is, we stand back, we let Hedda take all the credit, and as
I
Wes just
agree with
said,
that.
we
But a
helped
point I
because
want to make on the header front is I want to make sure that it's clear to everyone in a passive aggressive versus header fashion that it was entirely her plan to rescue all of the slaves, and the only reason that they are here today is because she had that plan already prepared. We just helped carry it out. That was it.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. So that is some excellent narration there. And so people start looking around for Hedda. Who's Hedda? Where is she?
I'm assuming we don't see her.
You do not see her.
As a master spy, she slipped off the ship without being noticed.
Well, I mean, she got off with everybody else getting off, but now there's this huge crowd of people, and all the freed slaves are in this group of people, and
She's very shy, but I'm sure she'll turn up.
well, uh,
The captain knows her, so
Yeah, that's right.
they're friends.
so the ship's owner is making an appearance. So he comes down in a what are those things called? It's a it's like a rickshaw. Everybody knows what a rickshaw is.
I'm sorry, I feel
Okay.
like you're describing someone that just for some reason I feel like we need to murder.
Not before he gives us the reward. Calm down.
so so yeah, this the crowd makes way for this guy who's sitting in this rickshaw being um, driven by a pretty burly looking guy. And he's all dressed in fineries, and he comes out and he sees the captain, and he's all happy, and he's delighted to see the captain. It's like, we sent people out to try to rescue you guys, and yeah, we couldn't, so uh, yeah, he seems genuinely concerned for the crew and happy to see that people have been recovered, and the captain turns and points to you guys and says, "If it weren't for them, we would not have gotten out of here or out of there." It's they uh, 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 all credit should go to them, he says, and so he looks at you guys and he comes forward and greets you all. Um, I want to extend my
Does does it look like
particular appreciation. Yes.
the captain is trying to cover for Hedda?
No,
Okay.
not really.
He's
He's
just
just,
being genuine.
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Hedda's not here. You guys are, and he's pointing at you guys. It's that they rescued us from these slave pens. It was horrible, and on and on that story goes. And if Hedda were there, he'd be pointing at her too. You're sure, but she's not visible.
The gods allowed us to be in the right place at the right time. That's all it is. We were glad to be of service.
Well, my name's Herman. Um, I want to extend my particular appreciation to you for rescuing everyone. Um, I'm sure you're tired from your long journey. Um, Allow me to um, uh, find arrangements for you, uh, certainly for the next couple of days. Um, you folks aren't from Kars, are you? Your accents are.
Horrendous.
Where are you from? He asks. And the captain says, "Oh, they're from Telgar." Telgar, things kind of quiet down in the immediate vicinity.
York City.
Well, this sounds like a very interesting story. And everyone make a listen roll.
Not at all.
I think 11 hits a special off of a 56.
Oh, you suck. All right, fine. Okay, so Runt, uh, as it comes out that you guys are from Telgar, you'll hear the word kind of spread out through the crowd. The saviors are from Telgar. And, as it goes out, it kind of gets embellished a bit, but, you'll lose hearing of it as it goes further out. But um, clearly, news has gone out that the saviors of the enslaved people are mighty adventurers from Telgar.
Oh, I cannot wait to tell the story of the guard, the dramatic blind shot that saved the day so that we could all get away. Oh man, it's gonna be awesome.
It will. Pretty soon you're going to
Uh,
be night blinded while you took the shot.
uh, okay, um, so Herman wants to escort you into town. He's come with me. Come with me. Um, yeah, as you his he's going to leave the rickshaw here and have his driver sort of make room through the crowd into town. Um, he says, "We're going to go to the Golden Lion, a fine establishment. Excellent food," he says. You'll be most comfortable there, and it's close. Uh, get you out of the street, right? So he leads you in through the sea gate into town. Um, the street you're on here is paved and covered. And you can see on either side the for a short distance it remains cobbled, right? But then it will that's where the uh, dressed as assassins from Guldak. What? Who? What are we talking about? Is there a conversation I'm not part of? Oh, well, that's a different matter. Okay, so yeah, so as you go down, as you look down the side streets, um, you'll see that the cobbled streets will end, and it'll go to areas where there's like open sewers in the street, that sort of thing, right? Okay. So he leads you to the Golden Line, which is just in from the Sea Gate there, a couple of blocks to a building. And outside is this wrought iron frame, and inside is this rampant golden lion. um, and he will call out for Nelson. And he'll explain to the proprietor that you guys are the saviors of, and he starts naming off a bunch of people, people we thought were lost to the slavers, and their lodgings and board are on me for the next few days. Take well care of them. So Nelson has numerous tattoos. He's obviously a retired. Well, obviously he's a retired sailor, and it looks like a majority, or some of his prior crew, are now running this inn, um, having retired from a life of merchantmen. They look to be something of a rough bunch, actually. But he welcomes you in gladly. And he calls out to someone called Priscilla. Says, "Get these fine gentlemen and ladies something to drink." He'll get you all seated. Do you have gear? Or are you carrying everything? I
We're carrying
presume you're
everything, I believe.
carrying everything. And he calls out to some of the other boys. He actually refers to them as the boys. Get some rooms ready for them and draw a bath. So he gets
I'm
things
sure
rolling.
Wes's ears perk up at that point.
So there's a throng of people outside the inn. The people are trying to get in to see you guys and thank you, and as it's getting sort of dense in here, Nelson's gonna throw up his hands and say, enough, everybody out, get out, everybody out. Not you guys. You can stay. But everybody else, if you're not eating or buying, get the heck out of my establishment. So he starts kicking people out, trying to calm things down a bit. And, people kind of get it. They realize that you want to probably have some peace.
Want to have some food. I mean, we've been on
And
short
some food.
rations
Yeah,
for a week.
that's right. So, so things will calm down a bit once he sort of clears things out. Sure. Let's see. That is to. Let's see. That's to Discord, right? So let's see. I have to think about how to do this. Let's see. I should just be able to copy this. Go to the invite button, invite people. There it is, Brands RQG. Sent. Did you get it? Way to say hi. Looks
Well,
like you got it.
He's in.
That looks like a sad butt with wings. Or a mad butt with wings.
Sure.
I guess he has to join the chat channel is what he has to do.
Yep. There we go. You're muted.
I can see you, but we don't hear you yet.
There we go. Test test. Audio check.
Okay, so while Brian is getting his audio sorted out, so they'll set rooms up for you, separate rooms, private rooms. They'll get food and baths drawn, make you as comfortable as they can. The food is pretty good.
Again, a week of short rats. The food is freaking amazing.
That's probably true. And you'll realize that the lodgings are not like
Test test.
well, who's familiar with a 4-star?
Wes.
Test test test.
The lodgings themselves, well, you compare it to Hamlet, right? The Welcome Wench. So they're maybe comparable to the Welcome Wench, on par perhaps. Maybe the Welcome Wench is a little bit more comfortable.
But this is the Dockside Inn, so this isn't going to be the best inn in the whole place, right?
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming, and I'm assuming that Karsk, from what I'm seeing of this map, Karsk is Telgar size, maybe a little bit smaller.
Yeah, sounds
Okay.
about right. Yep.
So
Test test test.
It is
odds
not.
are the inn at the walking distance from the docks is not going to be the 5-star hotel.
That's probably true. Yeah.
So it's okay. It's a place to sleep and decent cooked food. I'm perfectly happy.
Test test test.
I mean, it's more than okay. I have
Yeah.
no expectation of a 5-star hotel because we're from Hamlet.
No, but we're the saviors.
Yeah,
It's like a rock
but
band.
Omelet has 5-star restaurants, right?
Yes, yes, it
Sure.
does.
Sure.
Although I think only a few of you have
It,
been
it, it,
to them.
it's called Your Mother's Cooking, and if you don't give her 5 stars, she whoops your ass.
I just want to remind you that my mom is dead.
Oh,
Which is really says a lot about her skill that she still is a 5-star restaurant.
you mess with Mama's food, yeah. Brian, can't hear you.
All right, this is the time to talk smack about Wes because he can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, so we can settle in for the evening. After the initial sort of happenings from the arrival, and things will kind of calm down a bit. And Nelson pushed everybody out that didn't actually belong here.
We thank him for that.
Yeah, well, paying customers,
I
If they,
understand, but I still appreciate it.
he let it go for longer than he probably should have, but he gets to a point that you just got to take a firm hand. Anyway, so yeah, you guys can settle in. Everybody can have a bath and relax and eat and rest and not be overly pestered by well-wishers. So nothing untoward will happen the rest of that night or the rest
So
of that evening.
at some point in the evening,
Hmm.
I'm going to, make sure everybody's around and say, look, we need to come up with a plan for how we're going to approach this so
Who
that
are we?
people don't go off half-cocked. Not that that would ever happen with this group.
Mhm.
What are we going to tell people?
I
So
mean,
my first
why don't
thought
we just
was,
tell them what we already told them?
which
We're
is,
assassins from Guldak.
We're
no,
from
we need to tell
Hamlet?
them. Okay. So if we tell people that, we're going to be the center of attention.
We're already the center of attention.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you. The damage is done. I just want
What
to
if?
make sure we understand the consequences of that.
What do you mean consequences? Why would we lie about where we're from?
Okay,
I didn't say we should lie. I was going to suggest that we not talk about it.
what, what if we had one group, like we split us up, and one group
Test, test,
gathers
test.
the attention of the people while the other group, doesn't. So while the one group is making friendly with the locals and stuff like that, the other group is doing whatever they need to be
You're
doing for
you're
spying.
you're robbing the second stories.
Well, I think that we're also not going to be able to do
Test, test,
that.
test.
I think that if you saw those people outside, there's no group of us that are going to get left alone here.
I completely agree with that.
Hmm.
And I mean, right now, like if we stay a while, that will kind of wear off, right? Eventually people will get bored of it, but I mean, it's certainly going to color
It's going
everything we do here for a while.
That's going to happen until another big thing comes along, and it has to be something bigger than this. So that might be a while. All I'm saying is that it's going to make it harder for us to gather information because we're the center of attention.
It might help, right? Because
Yeah, maybe like
okay,
we ask for information and they just give it to us because we're the center of attention.
or we do like a little. Oh, you're curious about where I'm from. I'm curious about where you're from. We do a little, equivalent exchange. It's pleasant conversation. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything that we should not talk about?
We're the fastest from Goldak.
Well, that too. If whoever runs the place comes to us and wants us to take a message back to Tamriel.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's just easy money. We need to do that.
Okay. I had joked earlier that we should play ourselves off as ambassadors from, because if you can't hide something, accentuate it. So
yeah, ambassadors just seems that really kind of uptight and high and mighty. Messengers is good.
Emissaries. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what that word means, but yeah.
It's kind of like ambassadors, but a step down.
Okay.
So
is that like because I'm short?
It does mean that we sort of kind of speak for the government. So don't play it up too much because you might be making promises that Sir Michael might not be willing to keep. But
no, that sounds
Wait,
like
why
fun.
would we give them promises?
Well, let's suppose, just for the sake of example, somebody came to us and offered to make a trade agreement. We can't accept that, right? Because we don't have the authority.
Well, I mean, what? We can't say, yeah, you want to trade with us? We'll trade with you. Okay. You come on over and we'll sell stuff to you. I feel like that's pretty straightforward.
That's just be a little bit judicious about what you say. And remember, people are probably going to be pushing us for things that we can't promise.
Well, then what can we promise?
Yeah.
We'll kill you last? No, I'm kidding.
I can't promise that.
Truth be told.
Test. Mic check. Can you hear me all right? I'm using my phone. What a freaking mess. Yeah, for some reason, my other computer just would not pick up my headset. Yeah, that means I can close this out. It is. It's no. My laptop's really old. Yeah, it's a USB. Well, this headset's been unplugged for a week. Yes, I am back. Some of it, yeah. The whole emissary thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. And he did ask us to see if we could find out here. You know how, because there's been no communication. Yes. Right.